Baik, selamat siang Ibu Bapak peserta Bali World International School. Dan selamat siang juga saya ucapkan kepada seluruh peserta dan juga reviewer yang berada di ruang virtual. Kita akan mulai sesi presentasi yang kedua, ataupun ada dua orang yang akan mempresentasikan terkait dengan artikel yang sudah dibuatnya, yaitu yang pertama adalah Bapak Iko Mangwirawan STM4 dengan judul artikelnya Reurbanization, yang ini Pak ya, The Young Generation of Agriculture in Facing Pandemic at Bali. Kemudian yang kedua adalah Bapak Imade Dwije Swastana SHMH dengan judul artikelnya Teknokrat Hindu Bidang Hukum, Politik, dan Kelembagaan, Supremasi Hukum dalam Kepemimpinan Berbasis Hindu. Dan beliau sudah hadir di hadapan kita. Dan langsung saja saya persilahkan yang pertama untuk Bapak Iko Mangwirawan STM4 untuk mempresentasikan. Waktunya 15 menit Pak. Saya persilahkan.
Yes. Thanks for the moderator. And first time I want to say thanks for the Prof. Ardana, Mr. Diki, Prof. Yekti, who assist me to write about this article, and then Mrs. Narti, maybe then have this Mrs. Ita. For this session, I want to presenting the title about the article, The Youth Generation of Agriculture in Facing Pandemic at Bali. This title is inspired by the previous work about the BIWS program about to collect data about the figure of the technocrat or figure from the agriculture study. This is our summary of topic. It's consists of introduction and then jobless in tourism and then back to agriculture and then farming as a profession by the young generation of in Bali, and then the future of agriculture is in the hand of the young people, and the pandemic and contribution of the youth generation of agriculture in Bali. Introduction is we as know as the pandemic, they have many problem in Bali. Before pandemic too, and the shrinkage in the size of agricultural land in Bali, the indication is reflected in the existence of the fairly used thing with an average about a 700 hectare per year. They have like a shrinkage in the size of the agricultural land in Bali. That's a problem from Bali. And the case of the second is a decrease of the number of farmers in Indonesia. As we know, in 2020, there will be around about 33.4 million farmers. The number is decreased from the 2019, which reached 34 million, as compared in the 2018, also decrease, which was recorded at 35. There always is from the 2018 to 2020 is the number of the farmer in Indonesia is always decreasing. And then the base of the article is the lack of interest of the younger generation to become a farmer. This is the special issue that the various reasons for the declining interest for young worker in the agriculture sector are mainly the image of agriculture sector, which is less prestigious and unable to provide adequate compensation. They have the perception of the young people to continue work at the agriculture is like a prestige. Yeah, the more prestige that not so much promising job for the day. This is our research question. Yeah, why is agriculture as a basic profession and career for the youth generation? And the second is the role of the youth generation agriculture is dealing with the pandemic in Bali. How is contribution? We have four subject or four figure. I want the in-depth interview. The first is Agung Wedatama, and the second is Prasetya Wiguna, the CEO of Chocolate. And the third is Alet Maharani, it's urban farming in Denpasar, and the last is Nengah Sumerta. This is the I already writing for both of them in the previous work in the BIWS for the collecting data about the figure of the agriculture, architecture, and the environmental. This the reason is the how is important. I write this article is now it's a jobless in tourism, and then many people back to agriculture. The data is show that the rise of unemployment during pandemic, as we know, as the number of unemployment in Badung Regency as the regency with the highest number of tourism worker. But in the today, they have many people doesn't work. As about the unemployment rate is about rising about 1,670% during the 2020 compared the previous year. Is very a big problem because so many people don't have a job in the southern part of Bali. And Denpasar took the first position with 41,334 employed people, which increased 236%. Yeah, it should be noted that Denpasar in the trend the past 3 years is always with the high unemployment rate, but is the data show that the lowest unemployment in Bali in 2020 was occupied by Bangli with 1,104 people. That show that Bangli is not depend of the tourism sector, but is depend from the agriculture sector. They can be struggling in the pandemic because they maximize the potential of the agriculture. That's why, as a young people, he said that Sukarno has given me a 10,000 old man, I will doubly rip Semeru from this road, and I give 10 years, I will doubly shake the world. This the very, very iconic statement from Sukarno. And then we focus the focus as the article is the generation Y or the millennial who were born in the after 80s and entered the labor market in the 2000. They are higher educated than the early generation, highly competent, use the information and communication technologies, and accustomed to the world on social media. That's why I focus for the people who still young, as below than 40 years. Cooper Smith said that the generation is a group of individual. Both group is a didn't significant based on the similarity of your birth, age, location, and even the life of this group of individual that have an influence of their growth phase. They have the same pace of their life. This is why young generation, because we said that we have that 2030 until 2040, we have got a democratic dividend, or we said the bonus demography. Indonesia, namely the population of productive age, about 15 until 64 is greater than the population of unproductive age. Yeah, this is the potential why is the young people must be maximized to increase the skill that. And then the reason why is young generation because the government focus on the young farmer. And the Nawacita, the program of the Jokowi, they said to elevating agriculture poverty and regenerating farmer are the main focus of agriculture development. This is from the Jokowi agenda for the development national. This is a farmer as a profession by the young generation. This is challenge as a farmer. This is Setiawan said that no farmer have not taught farming to the next generation because farming no longer get a reward commensurate with the increase in the price of the other necessities that must be purchased with money. Rural youth are now looking at the agriculture lab with no bright future prospect because of the difficulty of meeting the necessities of life. That's the challenge why the young people is not too interesting to start be a farmer. Then the mindset change as a farmer too is McAwee in the 2008 divide farmer into two type seen from the entrepreneurial aspect. And the first is farmer who are still traditional oriented, plan only because hereditary habit, because of the the father do that, and then the younger generation do the same like that. And the second, farmer as entrepreneur, namely farmer who are able to create value in their product, are market oriented, and are able to utilize existing research creatively and innovatively. And then I want to describe about our subject as the people. And the first is Anak Agung Wedatama. Anak Agung Wedatama is a Penani Muda Keren movement, a movement to invite young people to be proud to be a farmer. On his online website, Petani Muda Keren described that its movement in moving to integrate agriculture from upstream to downstream through the concept integrated small-scale culture with digitalization or smart farming. So, Anak Agung Wedatama is one to the young people who confident to be a farmer. He create the Penadi Muda Keren, which is keren is the word to make the young people too interesting to get job or start do in the agriculture sector. They do agro farming. They have educational program for teach the people to community for specific commodity. They like a vanilla, like a fruit, like a vegetable. They invite like a group of community. They sell, not only sell, but do educated where is the how to grow the vegetable, how to grow the fruit, and then to apply it to the land. And especially for the Anak Agung Wedatama is very famous in Bali because he is a duta milenial, like an ambassador in the from Kementerian Pertanian. They combine the IT and the agriculture, match the technology for distributed the community agriculture course movement and update the information about agriculture. They have a YouTube channel to promote the not only the business but to promote the community service to make agriculture popular again to the young people. The second one is Dayu Alit Maharani. This is special because Dayu Alit Maharani they focus for the urban farming. They use the land of the small size land in the household, yeah, or the rooftop, yeah, using a small size land in household. Explain to like a vegetable or fruit, yeah. The difference of the Dayu Alit Maharani and the other figure is that they have a bureaucratic approach. He marketing the urban farming through the PKK, like the host away from the bureaucratic person to spread the program. She also have a Koperasi Tani and Patel Surya, so they give fund for small agriculture sector and then also for the solar panel installation. As we know, we have the combine about the technology and agriculture, about to provide electricity to run the business of the urban farming. And also she have the education in urban farming. They have provide education to community about urban farming. They charge 50,000 per person to get a tour, and then the people who join the tour get the vegetable or fruit. The similarity the cost amount is same as 50,000. Yeah. And then the third is Satya Prasidawina is interesting because he have as chocolate. He is a CEO of Chow Chocolate. The vision is make Indonesian chocolate #1 in the world. They focus for the organic system, and also in the pandemic they have combined tourism and farming because the decreasing of the export commodity. They sell experience to the domestic tourism and the local tourism to get a more experience for the tourists to know about the chocolate as a commodity or as a food. And the last is the Nengah Semerta. Nengah Semerta, the specialization for the empowering farmer. They prefer get the land cooperation rather than land rent. So the people who have land consolidation, then they earn about 15 until 20% from the harvest from the get. So they get 100 million. So the landlord they have go to the 15 or 20 million. And the Nengah Sumatra is to activist agriculture. They use social media as an advocate device. During the pandemic, they are maximizing the non-productive land. So they find the investor to run the land with the farmer or landlord or farmer. This is the contribution of the youth generation of agriculture in Bali. Is the people, the poor figure I explained before. They have innovation, they have inspire, they have confidence or PD. We said is they have to connect the technology. They have a management and finance. So the people who run the agriculture, the knowledge, the background is not as necessary. So and the third is agriculture, the ambassador for the influencer. So the people in the three of the four and four figure that they also be a agriculture ambassador or influencer, and then they empowering community. They always work with the community, and then they still a job opportunity because they education people to make innovative agriculture to maximum the land use. And then the last is they also is struggling in pandemic because they still get the job, still working in the agricultural sector. This is our conclusion. This is the pandemic which had a big impact in Bali. So did not reduce enthusiasm for doing business in the agriculture sector. Instead, it was a brighter and had a lot of impact on the community. The second is the young generation is play a new role. The farmer as entrepreneur and adapt the utilizing the potential of capital, knowledge, and technology. So that your generation is have a big impact during the pandemic in Bali to give the community is more powerful to struggling in the pandemic. Thank you for the presentation.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Komang Wirawan. Saya lanjutkan saja untuk presentasi yang kedua dari Pak Imade Dwije Swastana SHMH. Waktunya 15 menit juga, Pak. Saya silakan.
Thank you for the time that given by the host, respected reviewers and respected supervisors, especially my supervisors, Bapak Diki Sofyan. My beloved author, researcher that present as offline participant today, and also the virtual audience of this Bali International Writing School event today. Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Shalom, Salam sejahtera, Namo Buddhaya. First of all, I would like to clarify the title that mentioned on the schedule, And for today's title on my presentation will be the supreme law, the supreme law of leadership based on Hindu belief. So my name is Imade Dwija Swastana. My supervisor is Bapak Diki Sofyan. On my writing, today I will share is consist of the first one is research background, the second one is research methods, and the third one scope of the research, and the fourth research discussion, and the last one conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, leadership can be defined as the ability to coordinate and mobilize people, groups, or society for desired goals. Leaders have a clear understanding on regulation, must have a clear understanding on regulation they run with. This is actually mandatory in order to make their people obey their rules and put their leader as a role models. According to Faisal Rani on the his research on his book on the 2008, leaders or technocrats should have obedience. I'm sorry, I have a technical problem on the Zoom. Leaders or technocrat All right, I continue. Leaders or technocrats should have obedience to the law. That means that restriction and inspiration of powers. Therefore, a state based on law contains element of inspiration or division of power. So, pembagian kekuasaan. I refer to a research that done by David Adair. He was from Simon Fraser University. This is a quite long time, 1970s. He stated that technocracy was the first of number of social movement generated by condition in the decades of the Great Depression. So I underline the Great Depression here. In his data, in the North America, unemployment figures vary and the accuracy of any setup open to question. So this research was also mentioned that in the 1930s, the unemployment in Canada is about 341,000 people unemployed from the total of 10,374,681 population in Canada. So why I refer to this research? Because I see the phenomenon that arise during the pandemic COVID-19. mostly people having a physical and mental distress. Likely what was happening in North America in that period. So according to David Adair, it's called Great Depression. So on this background, I would like to proposing two issues that certain leaders, the first one is the certain leaders distract the rule and regulation. And the first one is there is insincerity of leader whenever they facing a negative circumstance in their leadership period. So what was mentioned in Gita, in the Bhagavad Gita, said that a leader we find in the Bhagavad Gita that a good leader is incapable of hatred toward any human being, who is kind and compassionate, free from selfishness, without pride, equable in pleasure and in pain, and is forgiving. This is mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, Sloka 12, chapter 12, page 13. So rule and regulation become an important factors to overcome all the distress that facing by the community. Most importantly, the rulers or leaders must take significant role to implement the rules by a right implementation. So, sorry, I'm facing a technical problem with the connection. To describe this phenomenon, I would like to share two different pictures. The left side is the riots that happenings whenever a leader was losing the election, and the opposite picture showing us that McCain, John McCain, the candidate of presidential election in United States, he mentioned that because of his love to the country, he congratulated Barack Obama to be the next president of the United States of America. So this is the two opposite situation that happening around us, around the globe. Now I will continue to research method. My study uses a qualitative research model, and deals with the idea and perception, opinion, and also experience or even belief of my respondent. And technically, I interviewing a qualified technocrat person. And then for the next scope of my research is the first one is The first is perspective and implementation of law enforcement that the Hindus technocrat. What is the perspective of Hindus technocrat about law enforcement? And the second one is implementing sincerity, or in local language called Lascharia, as a basis principle of Hindus technocrat. Those will be my scope of research. Now, I will put my step to the research discussion, the supreme law of leadership based on Hindu beliefs. Based on my research, based on my method, I'm compiling the data by interviewing some people that closely we can say as the technocrats or the leaders on their own field. The first one is actually on my previous article. I have interviewed 31 people, but on this presentation, I compressed them into 5 that I believe will representing the others' perspective and also the experience. Mademangku Pastika is a well-known person in Bali. He was the governor of Bali, and recently he sit on a committee 2 of the DPD, or the Representative Council of Indonesia, represent Bali province. Mademangku Pastika he believed on the teaching of Veda, Trihitakarana, on his daily life, and in general, according to him, Lascharia, or the sincerity, can be interpreted as everything that is offered, or as a yajna in Balinese language. And this is including what has been done, and it must be in sincerity, or in a Lascharia way of life. And he also stating that without such a commitment, Mademangku Pastika who on that time was an active commissioner general, and on that time was still serving as a chief of the narcotic board of Indonesia, and then he willing to leave that position to be the local leader in Bali as a governor. And I read the book of Mademangku Pastika. It's about sincerity and walk in a wholehearted. And Mademangku Pastika also on his daily leadership period, he implemented by taking care of the poor people by establishing the a school in the northern part of Bali that the school is for a special poor student, and the school right now is still exists. So this is a part of his sincerity by Made Mangkubastika. The second person, right, the Trihandoko Seto is now is the Director General for the Hindus affair in the Ministry of Religion. Trihandoko Seto previously was the head of the assessment and determination of artificial rain technology of the BPPT. And from the last year, he took the position as the Director General of Hindu Affairs at the Ministry of Religion of Indonesia. Sincerity, according to Tri Handoko Seto, is the one who sacrificed his or her time to serve people without any objection. She or he accept all circumstances harmoniously. And there is a quote from Trihandoko Seto as a leader of the Hindu affairs in Ministry of Religion. Do not feel that we are in the intersection between religious and to be Indonesian, because to be religious and to be Indonesian actually is a one breath. That's a quote from Trihandoko Seto. The third person is Dr. Idewa Gede Palguna. As we know that Dewa Gede Palguna is the one of the justice for the Constitutional Court in Indonesia for the two-time period, 2003 until the 2008, and the second period was 2015 until the 2020. But nowadays, Dewa Palguna is back to his home sweet home as a lecturer in Udayana University. And in a book that written by non-Balinese people, Negarawan from Pulau Dewata, a statesman from Dewata Island, stating on that book that the dedication, integrity, and to be example from Dewa Palguna. And according to him, the ideal leader is a leader who is consistent, brave, and not hypocritical. And according to Dewa Gede Palguna, lascarya or sincerity is the willingness to do any task with wholehearted and done it as good as possible. And also this is a yajna, the first one. And the second one, lascarya, according to Dewa Palguna, is focus in doing the task. And the third one is freedom from any negative motive. The fourth one is Professor Dr. Nyoman Nurjaya, SHMH. Prof. Nurjaya is a professor in Faculty of Law, Brawijaya University, Malang, East Java. And he is known to have a great concern for indigenous people in Indonesia, both in context of research to legal service assistance. For example, starting from Sakai Anak Dalam, suku Sakai Anak Dalam tribe, Baduy tribe, Tengger, and so on. In particular way, Prof. Nurjaya has a concern about the law of the state is still respected. However, the law must be enforced if there is a violation of the right and of others or someone disgraceful action cause unrest in the community. According to Professor Nyoman, in creating legal order, it takes a leader who is able to be an example and ideally has first implemented leadership theories in the real practice. That is according to Professor Nyoman. And according to him as well, lascarya or sincerity is an ideal leader according to Professor Nyoman, is a person who or system who can lead with conscience, empathy, wisdom, and sincerity in the interest of people he leads. But it must start from being able to lead himself and his family. The last one is Idewa Kadewiarsa Sandi. He now run as the member of General Election Commission in Jakarta, and previously Dewa Wiarsaraka Sandi is the member of Election Supervisory Body Bawaslu of Bali Province. In terms of law enforcement, Dewa Wiarsa Rakasandi says that in many ways, enforcement of legal justice has made progress that is felt by the community. However, the fact also show that there are still many injustice in various sectors of life. And based on Hindu teachings, Dewa Wiarsa Rakasandi try to understand the concept of Ruwa Bineda, is known as a joy or sorrow, black and white, good and bad, day, night, skala, niskala. And according to him, lascarya, sincerity, according to Dewaraka Sandi, is real commitment. Is a real commitment and action without any condition, or we call it unconditional commitment and action. Let me conclude my article, The Supreme Law of Leadership Based on Hindu Beliefs. The first one, this compilation of reference and technocrat person can also serve as a guideline for the stakeholder in the future. I just want to make faster. The second one is technocrat or leader must have sincerity to be able to receive any circumstances. And the third, based on this research, I'm proposing a new theory of technocrat. According to Indonesian Online Dictionary, technocrat is a person that involved in government sector. But since my interview last time, let me try to propose a new theory of technocrat. Technocrat is an expert in every sector of life who has a lot of power in or influence with the life itself. And the last one, please allow me to propose a perspective of a Balinese perspective, lascarya or sincerity to be considered as a value by any technocrat or leaders to be applied in their respective field. Closing. Om Santi 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 Om. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih atas presentasinya dari Bapak Madedwije Swastana SHMH dan juga Bapak Iko Mangwirawan STM4. Dan langsung saja kita masuk ke sesi pengarahan dari reviewer. Untuk yang pertama, saya persilahkan dari Bapak Profesor Dr. Pil Ketut Ardana MA untuk memberikan saran dan masukan terkait dengan artikel yang telah dikerjakan. Silakan Bapak. Artinya semangatnya biar naik dikit Pak. Suasana seperti ini kayaknya butuh semangat yang lebih. Oke, set. Ya. Baik Bapak, kalau begitu saya persilahkan ke Bu Yeti. Bu Yeti Maunati, saya persilahkan. Rekan-rekan bisa dibantu, duduknya masih anget. Tinggi. Mohon ditunggu Ibu.
Oh, oke, tolong. Ya udah.
Sudah.
Okay.
Silakan Ibu.
Tadi masih di mute soalnya. Oke. Thank you very much. First, I will congratulate Pak Komang. It's very good for your presentation and it's very clear also. Even though I think you change your because I got the papers. It's on Buleleng, cases of Buleleng. But this one, your presentation is quite different, right? But it's a good one. It's a good presentation. I think it's better for your presentation than the paper that sent to us. It's not, but still, I think even though your presentation is very good, but you need, if I read from your paper, I combine it, yeah. I think you still need to review. It's still lacking for the review of the article, especially the recent article, because it's on the link with the pandemic. Should be quite new one, because it's important to review on what's happening. It's not only in Bali. When you do the review, you should also touch on different cases, maybe from other places, because tourism is really problematic in other places. So, like for instance, even when during the crisis, also like not only this time during the crisis, people in Thailand, for instance, it's so many people move back to the village and they also do the agriculture. So I think that's quite similar too. So it's not only happened in Indonesia, in Bali, but also has happened in others country in previous cases also during the crisis. So I think this is important for you to review. I think it's still like it, and also in your papers you also haven't really put the abstract. Of course, because you did not send to me, so I didn't read it only during this time. Yeah, so I haven't really contributed something because you send only the one that it is, yeah, not this one. This one is new, so I didn't really know. Yeah, so this to build your argument is very important by reading all the, especially when people during the crisis. So because I think it's important to get your own argument. What is the difference? Because like in Thailand also during the crisis, they also move back to village and they do the agriculture too. In the long time, the crisis in 1998, something like that, and also another crisis. So have so many people story. But I think your point, I think, is important here because not the one that paper on Buleleng, yeah, but here when you give us the cases of the people, the young people. So I think the point in here, the your contribution is that they actually not really only applying the conservative one, not for conservative farming like that older generation, but they also using new method like IT. They also include the like marketing. Usually people don't really do that. Even if you read some article on agriculture, usually some broker come and they just sell to the broker. So that's why farmer is never really, good in terms of income because there's so many brokerages. But in this case, with your cases, it's actually quite good because you also include so these young people is actually quite innovative and also using modern ways, and also they also include the marketing. So that's your point. I think that your contribution, because normally if you read other people article, normally they also did not really done that much, but usually they just follow like what's already been done by their parents, something like that. So this is your contribution, but even though it's quite clear your contribution, but you still need to read what other people done for that issues, because I don't really know whether other people also in different place also doing something and they make it more modern or not. It's not clear. I also haven't really known that much for that one, but clearly your point is very very good one because of that. So I think that one. So you need to. But my question is whether you want to use this one for your presentation or whether you want to use with the Buleleng one, because the case of Buleleng you really haven't really mentioned it at all. So because for your paper you mentioned about the case of Buleleng, right? So that's my question for you. So and then I continue to Pak Imade Dwija, ya. So for Pak Imade Dwija, I think you actually have two point for your question. Is one is law enforcement and another one is sincerity. Yeah? But in your result, the finding, I think it's only one person, Diwarna, the one who mentioned about law enforcement, but other like Pak Pastika and others, I don't think that you mentioned about that. So I think it's not really, your result is not really enough, especially for the law enforcement. And for that also, I think law enforcement, of course, Diwarna mentioned about law enforcement and legal justice, and it's still injustice, something like that. But I think you also need to restrict, because it's so many legal justice is so many, right? So you maybe focus on certain, of course, based on your result. But because your result is limited on that, you mention mostly on the sincerity, but not on the law enforcement, because law enforcement is really problematic in Indonesia. Sometimes people always say like, law enforcement is not really working if you give the money, something like that. So many bribery, something like that. And also sometimes he mentioned they were mentioned about injustice. It's clearly happening in the ground. So that's really need to be clarified and give more result on that, because it's only 1%, so it's not balanced, because you only talk about sincerity, but not that one, because that one is actually quite important for us, especially because in Indonesia, even though no, it's maybe getting better, but still injustice is still happening in many places. So this will be also useful for other places if you find based on the data. But because you mentioned that you interview several people, 31 person, right? But I don't know, because it's only five that you explained in here. But even five, only one that you mentioned about the law enforcement. So I think you really need to be balanced in terms of these two. And also again, I think again we always, I think it's very important, as I always mention, that you have to really build your argument. That's very important. I think you also, in this case, even though you mentioned several reference, but you still haven't really that what is your main argument in this case. So very important, because if you want to submit to the international journal, if you don't have your own argument, it's just following other, then it's not enough. So that's I think it's very important for you. So I don't know whether your case 31 cases also you have mentioned about law enforcement, but and also I think you need to restrict also, because if legal justice is so wide, so but you need to restrict the most important elements of that. So I think that's my concern with your papers. Okay, thank you.
Terima kasih Bu Prof. Saya persilahkan untuk kedua pemateri.
Yes, I apologize for Prof. Yakti because I didn't send the second title. For the explain, because the second title is I want to talk about the reurbanization for the tourism worker to the homeland, to the tembok. It's a connecting about the first title. It about the young farmer, because the two of the figure, Agung Wedatama and Negasemerta, is helping to empowering people who got lost job in the Bali tourism to get back to the homeland in the Tembok Buleleng. So that I still maybe I'm a little bit confused because I was sent the full paper already complete, and one is only the proposed. But the title of the first and the second title is a connected. It's about the agriculture and the empowering the community. That's about explanation. And the second is about the still lack of the review. I totally agree, because I not so much have a review about the literature about the other place of Indonesia. I only read about in the Bali also, and then yesterday I have read about the empowering people from the Pattaya. Pattaya is closed now, and then they back to the homeland to get the job for the agriculture too. Maybe I must to write again to our paper to make a more get more perspective for this paper. And then I think it's the point is about your agriculture. As the point is about the contribute, and then how they play a new role for the agriculture in the traditional way to make a modern way with the technology. They use new management, new finance, and new using social media for the make how the young people to interesting to get job in the farming or to entrepreneurship for in the agriculture field. That's in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yakti, for your constructive feedback. First, I would like to respond onto your concern about my writings. The first one is in the subject of law enforcement. And also in the second one, the main argument of my research. So the first one, on my previous interview, I have interviewed 31 person, but on this event, I compressed them into 5 technocrats, as I mentioned before. And in regard with the law enforcement, what was done by these 5 people. For instance, Mr. Made Mangkupastika, he had done a popular action on his leadership period. For instance, when the Bali bombings 2002, he was play an important role on that time by enforcing the law on that time in Bali for the Bali bombings situation on the 2002. Idewa Gede Palguna, the next person is Dewa Gede Palguna. He was previously the justice for Constitutional Court of Indonesia or Mahkamah Konstitusi. I refer to the book of Negarawan from Pulau Dewata, a statesman from Pulau Dewata, that the writer stating that Dewa Palguna is integrity person, has a commitment, and always following the rule. And the most importantly, as a leader, as a justice, he has a principle. For instance, for example, he decided to left the competition of as the vice chairman of the Constitutional Court and decided to be back as the lecturer in Udayana University. And one decision that he made, the other one decision that he made, I forgot the case, but he stood up a dissenting opinion as a justice against the other justice in the Constitutional Court. That was Dewa Gede Palguna. And then Professor Dr. Nyoman Nurjaya. Professor Nyoman has showing his concern and commitment to protect and also to stand behind the traditional tribes. He is also concerned with the customary law in Indonesia, and he has given many speech and many general lecture in Indonesia and also different countries about how important is to protect the traditional people in each country, especially in Indonesia. And he is on that process, still on that process until today. And as a leader, this is his principle. This is his commitment in order to enforce the law according to his expertise. Ibu, that is my response to your question, sorry. And the second one is the main argument of my research. As I mentioned before, there were two scope of research. The first one is the technocrat's perspective and what were their action or implementation according to law enforcement in their respective field. And the second one is how the technocrat implementing sincerity, or in local language called lascaria, as a basis principle of their leadership. That is my focus on my writing, Ibu. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, what I mean is that, of course, you pinpoint that, but I think why you come up with that? So have you done literature review, and that's why you choose that one. So what people already done on that issue, and what are the differences between other people and yours argument, something like that. So you have to of course that's important, but why important? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Propiekti. Why important? Because according to the previous research, based on the research of David Adair from Simon Fraser University in Canada, 1970s, there was a great depression in the community on that time. The period was 1929 until the 1939. Great Depression was causing by the lack of law enforcement by the government on that time. So this similar goes to another country, especially in Indonesia. For example, when some in certain place in Indonesia, when the candidate of leader failed to be elected, their follower continued to make a destructive action. So this need to be emphasized, that law enforcement must be implemented. And the second one, why the leader, the technocrat, does not admit the fail, their fail, because there is no sincerity to accept. There is no acceptance of failure or losing the process of election. So that's why their follower make a destructive action. And theoretically, I read that a very good interpretation of leaders that mentioned by Faisal Rani, or in Bhagavad Gita also mentioned that leader must have a willingness to accept any circumstances. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you.
Terima kasih Bu Prof atas saran dan juga masukannya. Selanjutnya Pak Prof Ikut Ardana, saya persilakan Pak.
Saya baru masuk, kalau tadi masuk kan langsung itu kita ini bicarakan itu, tapi biarkan apa yang dari luar dulu, baru kita masuk. Okay, we should start from the recent situation in our Hindu communities. You should start from this issue. For instance, what are the issues now? It's become interesting, because what we heard and what we see about the conflict between certain people, for instance, let's say, what you call it, Mahasabha luar biasa, and the next Mahasabha, that is one issue that's very important and very interesting. You should elaborate. Harusnya mulai dari situ. Jadi kajian itu akan dia menarik atau penting jika kita melihat masalah itu dari kekinian kita. Baru dijelaskan ke masa lalu, tokoh-tokoh itu kan begitu kan. Kenapa misalnya sekarang? Kenapa teknokrat itu penting? Why we should write about Hindu teknokrat? Kenapa pentingnya itu? Karena kita melihat seperti itu kan. What will happen in the near future? Apa yang akan terjadi dengan teknokrat Hindu kita itu? Kalau seperti ini masalahnya kan begitu. Itu one point itu. Karena ini adalah old enemies, new faces. Musuh-musuh lama dan wajahnya baru. Ya kan? Kalau kita lihat konflik-konflik yang terjadi seperti sekarang dalam masyarakat itu adalah musuh-musuh lama, tapi wajahnya baru, kan begitu kan? Kita ambil contoh. Tahun sebelum kita merdeka, ada Surya Kanta, ada Bali Adnyana. Setelah merdeka, ada Piagam Besakeh, ada Campuan. Sekarang kita saksikan lagi. Ini kita harus berpikir kan dengan situasi kekinian kita ini, kenapa ini terjadi? Jadi seorang ilmuwan itu harus berangkat dari isu kekinian. Kenapa ini penting? Harus Anda cari. Kalau saya mengangkat teknokrat Hindu, apa yang terjadi dengan masyarakat kita sekarang? Kan harusnya ke situ kan? Sehingga Anda akan menarik attract di audiens. Ajak dia dibuka pintu ini, masa kita gini. Ya kan? Jangan malu, ini teknokrat ini, masa lalu itu kan. Tapi Anda cerita masa kini, baru ajak dia jelaskan dari belakang, dia pelan-pelan. Itu akan menjadi menarik. Kalau Anda, apalagi Anda menulis di jurnal kan, oh, menarik ini, isu menarik ini, konflik sekarang kan. Itu memberi kontribusi jelas di dalam konteks pemahaman kita. Karena apa? Kita menghadapi, we face big problem on how we can determine and define and give definition or define the concept of Indonesian Hindu. Hindu Indonesia itu seperti apa sih? Ini mau bicara Hindu Bali, teknokrat Hindu Bali, teknokrat Hindu Indonesia, atau teknokrat Hindu yang mendunia yang kita bicarakan begitu kan? Kita menghadapi masalah di situ. Secara konsep kita menghadapi masalah ketika kita berbicara tokoh-tokoh seperti disebutkan tadi gitu kan. Terutama kalau Anda sudah jelaskan, if you already explain about the reference you use, and then you can come to the concept of some, for instance, like Max Weber on the concept of authority and power. Dalam kita ya kan power, kekuasaan yang dimiliki oleh lembaga-lembaga resmi, and authority, kekuasaan yang tidak formal, ada karisma. Kalau di Islam itu bisa bayangkan seorang kiai bisa menggerakkan, bisa kayak Abu Bakar Ba'asyir, kayak siapa? Nah, si Risik ini juga itu adalah karisma. Dia tidak punya power, tapi karisma dia punya. Jadi dua konsep antara power and authority itu bermain. Kita sama juga di Hindu, bermain nih dua konsep ini. In the case of Mangku Pastika, kita tahu Mangku Pastika ini adalah orang Bali, orang dari Singaraja kan, tetapi pengalamannya is experience smart created by his new atmosphere, new experience when he was in South Sumatra. Ketika dia menjadi pengungsi ketika Gunung Agung meletus, dia di sana banyak belajar kan. Dan dia seorang polisi. Analytical problemnya di mana? Bagaimana Anda bisa jelaskan seorang Mangku Pastika, seorang polisi yang selalu biasanya seorang polisi itu memakai pendekatan security. Sekarang kok bisa dia menenangkan situasi setelah peristiwa after bom Bali? Bagaimana Anda bisa menjelaskan itu? Tapi Anda katakan tadi bahwa Mangku Pastika itu berhasil memberikan kontribusi setelah bom Bali. To what extent? In which aspect? Itu yang Anda tidak jelaskan. Memang dia berperan, tapi dalam bidang apa dia perankan ke itu? Apa dia seorang polisi? Kenyataannya kalau wisatawan datang ke Bali, begitu melihat polisi banyak tentara di perempatan, takut mereka itu. Loh, di Bali ini ada apa? Kok gawat ya? Dibandingkan dengan ada pecalang, nggak takut mereka. Tetapi tentara polisi di perempatan jalan, ketakutan orang itu. Inilah bagaimana pendekatan religius agama itu Anda harus pahami. Persoalan setelah bom Bali itu kan Mangku Pastika pintar sekali kan. Dia tidak memakai security approach, tetapi dengan mempergunakan adat dan agama. Upacara dilakukan di depan Padis Club, kemudian rame-rame berupacara, kan ada ritual di sana. Caru. Tidak mengejar si Imam Samudra, tidak mengejar siapa itu, kan tidak. Mereka tuh melakukan ritual, itu poin-poin yang itu yang harus kita perhatikan. Aspek-aspek agama, budaya itu yang dipergunakan. Karena apa? Anda jangan lupa bahwa social and cultural religious aspek itu adalah modal yang sangat luar biasa, yang bisa diperjualbelikan. Agama. Ya kan? Itu apalagi mau menjelang 2024, agama itu penting. Saya bilang tidak penting. Kalau kita berbicara dengan zaman IT misalnya, profesi apa yang tidak luntur ketika menghadapi IT? Tukang pos, ya kan, bank, semua itu akan hilang. Tetapi ketika Anda berbicara sebagai seorang tokoh agamawan, seorang seniman, tidak bisa digantikan dengan IT. Gimana caranya menggantikan kehebatan orang di bidang seni, gitu kan? Tidak bisa dengan IT, gimana? Anda harus tampil. Tetapi kalau Anda sebagai counter, bisa diganti posisi itu kan? Tapi kalau sebagai seniman atau sebagai agama, gimana? Tidak bisa kan? Nah, jadi ini Anda buka wawasan Anda, jangan melihat apa yang dikatakan di koran-koran itu, seperti yang dibilang di Pak Diki itu, seperti di brosur, kalimat brosur. Itu Anda pergunakan contoh kalimat-kalimat brosur itu. Bangku pasti berhasil ini karena. Tetapi yang Anda kritisi itu adalah aspek bagaimana dia memanfaatkan isu-isu agama, upacara untuk menenteramkan orang Bali. So, you agree ya? So, you agree ya? Oke. Jadi setuju dia. Jadi Anda mendengar saya, kenapa? Karena kita berpikir kritis ini. Kalau Anda pakai pendekatan keamanan, gagal dia. Isu ini masih terjadi ketika kita berbicara the highest council di dalam agama Hindu kita. Contoh di Parisade, jenderal banyak di sana. Polisi banyak di sana. Artinya apa? Kegagalan dari civil society. Ya kan? Kan gagal kita itu. Masyarakat kita itu gagal. Kita selalu teranu dengan masalah pendekatan keamanan. Oleh karena itulah pentingnya teknokrat Hindu ini. Untuk ke depan itu. Itu Anda mesti buka wawasan Anda. Jangan teknokrat Hindu kecil gitu. Jangan. Luas berpikir. Jadi think globally, act locally. Berpikir global dulu. Baru kita lihat isu-isu kita ini. Ini bermain ini. Nah, kita akan melihat pemetaan dari teknokrat Indonesia ke depan. Jangan sampai mencari satu dirjen aja kita bingung gitu. Ya kan? Nyari satu dirjen. Kita konflik di dalam, bingung nyari dirjen. Jadi apakah setiap pergantian ini kita harus bingung? Itu pertanyaan saya. Kemarin dari Kementerian Agama itu dibutuhkan sekian inspektorat. Dari dirjen, dari apalagi sekretaris jenderal. Yang daftar 3 orang. Baru 3 orang, diperpanjang lagi waktunya. Apakah begitu limited sekali tentang Hindu human resources kita, kan gitu kan? Apakah tidak ada gitu loh? Ya kan? Mengapa? Jadi Anda harus ingat itu cerita itu. Kalau kita berbicara teknokrat itu seperti itu. Ketika misalnya setelah peristiwa PKI, di mana yang bunuh-bunuhan lebih banyak orang Bali daripada orang Jawa. Padahal yang makan enak-enak itu di Jakarta, yang bunuh-bunuhan itu di Bali. Ya kan? Itu yang kita dengar kan? Orang Bali ribut tentang cari gubernur, dikirimlah Sukarmen. Orang Jawa. Ya kan kita gontok-gontokan di dalam, dikirimlah orang Jawa. Sukarmen jadi gubernur. Ini kan, itulah sebab kenapa Kak saya tuh berpikir bahwa untuk pengembangan ke depan itu bagaimana kita bisa mempunyai Hindu intellectuals yang tidak personal interest-nya yang dikedepankan, tetapi institutional interest-nya. Siapapun dia yang penting. Ini nih. Karena agama itu sangat laris untuk dikomersialisasikan untuk kepentingan politik. Di agama mana saja begitu. Dan di Hindu pun seperti itu. Nah, kita sekarang dunia universitas kan. Kita bukan orang birokrasi, bukan orang birokrat. Mari kita belajar tentang ini. Jangan sampai kita mengulangi peristiwa-peristiwa ini, siapapun dia, mari kita dukung, tetapi dengan pemikiran yang cerdas. Itu yang tidak ada di kita. Makanya ketika kita milih dirjen kemarin kan bingung kan, siapa orang Bali ini kan gitu. Udah ribut aja dulu kan gitu kan. Dia tidak pakai pikirannya dia itu seperti apa, ke depannya itu seperti apa. Nah, ini yang harus yang Pak Diki bilang itu sebagai kita kurangnya academic community. Kurangnya masyarakat akademik yang bisa membahas persoalan ini. Kita tidak usah terlalu menganggap itu tabu, bicara politik itu adalah tabu, bukan. Karena untuk hidup itu harus eksis. Ya kan? Kita harus eksis, kita harus berdialog. Kita harus memikirkan. Jangan pura-pura kira, itu tidak tabu. Anak mulai ke tokoh ngomong, udah kita hilangkan itu semua. Makanya kita perlu berpikir dengan teknokrat itu siapa. Jadi kita petakan ke depan tuh. Kalau kita di bidang perbankan, di bidang agama, di bidang kebudayaan, kita pikirkan. Mestinya ke sana. Arah diskusi itu bukan masalah, ya tidak bisa saya bikin masalah luar biasa. Bukan begitu kan. Ya kan? Mari kita berdebat kan gitu. Ada anggaran dasar, ada anggaran rumah tangga. Nah ini saya kira pentingnya kenapa Hindu intelektual itu sangat dibutuhkan. Kalau kita orang filsafat, pasti berpikir ke situ. Kenapa? Apakah sebuah development, dynamic of the development ditentukan oleh materi seperti dikatakan oleh Karl Marx? Kan tidak. Yang ditentukan itu apa? Ide, seperti dikatakan oleh Hegel. Idealisme. Ide itu kalau dikembangkan menghasilkan materi. Bukan hanya bermateri menghasilkan uang, bukan. Coba Anda bayangkan itu pengalaman Anda. Apakah Anda mempunyai pikiran, mempunyai ide, kemudian menghasilkan benda? Bisa seperti itu. Bukan mikirin, saya nggak cari materi untuk ini. Bukan, kebalik Anda berpikir. Itu pandangan philosophical approach, pendekatan filsafat yang kita pakai antara materi dan ide. Nah, itu jadi kita harus melihat kepada idealisme, pikiran, nulis abstrak itu karena pikiran bisa mendatangkan uang. Ya enggak? Bukan hanya kerja di pinggir jalan ngetok batu dapat uang, bukan. Pikiran. Idealisme itu seperti dikatakan oleh Hegel. Itu yang pertama pandangan umum saya tentang tadi. Kemudian masih memang pengalaman masa lalu mereka itu tentang cultural atmosphere. Artinya budaya di mana dia dilahirkan, budaya di mana dia dibesarkan sangat berpengaruh terhadap tokoh itu. Dan juga jangan lupa pendidikan. Kita akan bisa menghasilkan SDM atau intelektual yang hebat jika pendidikan itu, baik formal maupun yang informal, formal, pendidikan sangat penting. Kalau nggak itu gimana kita merubah mindset mereka itu? Ya kan? Kan itu kan. Kalau kita berbicara etika, mungkin tidak terlalu banyak menyinggung masalah intellectual question, tapi lebih banyak pada emosional. Nah, emosional menjadi penting dia kan, emosi kan, bicara etika, estetika begitu. Nah, tokoh-tokoh seperti ini punya etika nggak, estetika nggak? Berarti itu harus emosionalnya yang harus diperhatikan. Kajian-kajian teknokrat itu bukan sekedar orang pintar. Ya kan? Orang yang mempunyai etika, estetika, pantas nggak apa ini lembaga umat seperti UNHI misalnya kan begitu kan? Itu lebih ke emosional ya, bukan sekedar orang pintar di bidang teknologi gitu kan. Menjadi pemimpin, menjadi figur, hati-hati ngomong, jelas, tegas. Nah, oleh karena itu, kalau kita berbicara teknokrat ini juga lebih banyak kita bertitik tolak seperti yang mungkin saya sering sebutkan itu sebagai terlalu berlandaskan pada availability, ketersediaan. Kita menunjuk orang itu karena KKN. Kita tidak pernah berdasarkan capability-nya. Tetapi ketersediaan. Daripada udah cari orang ini aja lah yang saya kenal, toh juga besok bisa. It's wrong. Cari orang yang memang mampu, capable, mampu, bukan available. Orang yang tersedia. Jadi lembaga-lembaga umat kita itu mestinya, kalau kita lihat ini di teknokrat Indo, di bidang ekonomi, di bidang politik, bukan available, tapi capable. Itu penyakit-penyakit kita kalau kita berbicara tentang organisasi yang besar kan gitu kan. Anda bandingkan dengan ini Pak Diki banyak yang nanti bisa cerita tentang Muhammadiyah, mungkin salah satu organisasi ormas keagamaan yang sangat kaya dari kindergarten, dari TK, SD, SMP, sampai perguruan tinggi, sampai seluruh dunia. Sinergi, kolaborasi. Kita, jangankan dia ke dunia, di Bali saja tidak mau kerja bareng. Heran ini kan, bekerja sebagai teamwork. Teamwork itu susah banget orang Bali ini, ya nggak? Hanya memikirkan apa untungnya buat saya, tapi dia tidak pernah berpikir apa untungnya untuk lembaga ini. Ya kan? Personal interest yang dikedepankan, gimana mau bekerja sama? Padahal konsep bekerja sama di dalam konteks teknokrat itu adalah harus disiapkan dana. Bukan berarti kita tidak menyiapkan apa-apa, kita minta bantuan aja untuk bantu, kita salah. Lagi pikiran lagi kan? Lagi berpikir tentang ide, bahwa kita menyiapkan dana, yuk menyiapkan pikirannya dong. Ini bersinergi kan? Ini intelektual itu seperti itu bekerjanya. Jadi jangan harap saya mengeluarkan 50 juta, yuk 50 juta, salah. Kita mengeluarkan 50 juta, yuk mungkin 5 juta, tetapi ilmunya dari sana. Ini yang lack of, kurangnya kemampuan kita untuk bekerja sama. Coba aja kita lihat kenapa kita tidak bisa bekerja sama. Karena kita berpikiran harus 50-50, nggak bisa. Orang dia tuh lebih hebat, lebih develop daripada kita, ya dia ngasih uang sekian, oke lah. Atau dia memberikan personnya, dia memberikan bantuan apanya. Jangan sampai kita nol menganukan kepada mereka, kemudian kita sepenuhnya salah juga. Jadi harus ada namanya istilah dana pendamping. Nah, kegagalan dari lembaga-lembaga kita seperti universitas, apa itu prodi, karena dia tidak bisa income generating. Dia dikasih awang, modal 50 juta, tolong dong kembangkan prodi ini. Ya udah 50 juta dibuat pertanggungjawaban, selesai. Tidak pernah dia memutar lagi yang 50 juta ini menjadi 100 juta, menjadi 200 juta, menjadi 300 juta dengan membuat proposal, mengajukan penelitian untuk kepentingan lembaga, bukan personal. Jadi pengertian networking itu adalah sangat mahal. Apakah ketika kita berbicara tentang teknokrat, nilai-nilai ini ada apa tidak? Itu yang penting sekarang. Karena kita tidak mengatakan yang masa lalu, karena berpijak kita adalah situasi kekinian kita di dalam mengelola lembaga umat. Ya kan? Kan begitu sebetulnya. Nah ini yang penting. Jadi satu contoh pengalaman yang menarik. Ketika kami di UNHI sekarang ya, di UNHI kita sekarang, kita kenal ada namanya Badan Dharma Dana Nasional. Tetapi siapa yang mengelola dan buat siapa? Kita bikin usulan, kita kaji. Ternyata mungkin Pak Satguno ikut di sana. Ikut di sana. Ternyata salah, maladministrationnya besar sekali. Ya kan? Salah itu kan. Nah kita minta tolong diperbaiki itu. Karena kita akan mengelola ini. Ternyata apa? Benar dikelola dengan baik. Sekarang berada di bawah PHDI. Oh mari kita kerja bareng-bareng kan begitu. Jadi teknokrat Indo itu maksudnya apa? Jangan memikirkan tentang apa namanya sosial budaya saja, mikirin tentang konflik Banten saja, ya enggak? Coba Anda lihat seminar-seminar itu, mesti yang dibicarakan itu konflik Banten Mahak. Kok enggak pernah berpikir ke depan seperti apa sih SDM Indo ini? Kok konflik mau Banten, upacara adat, masalah upacara, oh my God. Ya.
Terima kasih Pak Prof. Mungkin ada tanggapan dari Pak Kemangwirawan Pak Made Dwi J Swastana SHMH mungkin.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof, for your constructive feedback. I absolutely agree with your feedback, Pak Prof. For instance, like what Mademangku Pastika did before in terms of law enforcement and also in a wider perspective. When I interviewed Mademangku Pastika last 2 months, 2 months ago, he was stating like this. The successful of the Bali bombings, incident, how we resolved the problem was because he said, because of the grace of Ida Sesunan, he said. Ida Sesunan means because of the grace of Almighty God. In spite of that, he personally, as a policeman, however, like Professor said, that his approach is social and religious approach. So I agree absolutely on this. According to Madep Magupastikar statement on when I interviewed him. I am also agree in my research. I have to wider my perspective that technocrat is not only talking about famous people. However, technocrat can be in any sector of life, not just mentioned in the Indonesian online dictionary. Technocrat is the person who involved in government, institutional government sector. But now we found here that technocrat is also in a different sector of life.
Itulah maksudnya, kalau kita bicara novelty, itulah maksudnya. Kata kunci itu yang Anda ini kan. Bahwa Anda mengkanter, memberikan bukti bahwa pengertian teknokrat itu tidak hanya untuk the big figures, atau orang-orang besar kan. Jangan tidak hanya untuk orang besar. Tapi Anda menemukan, ternyata teknokrat itu tidak hanya orang besar. Ini menjadi statement yang sangat untuk menjadi sebuah novelty. Itu yang dibilang novelty itu hasil penelitian bahwa untuk di kasus Bali itu dengan memberikan evidence bukti, ternyata tidak hanya orang-orang besar, orang kecil yang berpengaruh juga. Ya kan? Kan begitu maksudnya. Nah itu, apakah nanti persoalannya sudah ada yang melakukan penelitian? Itu artinya hasil penelitian Anda itu adalah support or encourage penelitiannya dia atau menolak penelitiannya dia, kan begitu kan? Anda katakan nanti lebih banyak, ternyata bukan. Berarti Anda menolak itu kan? Tapi pertanyaannya, apakah ada nggak sebelumnya mengatakan bahwa teknokrat itu diartikan dengan yang ada juga yang kecil? Anda lebih setuju dengan ini, clearly explain, ya kan? Dijelaskan secara baik. Lagi, ternyata cocok dengan pendapat saya. Itu maksudnya. Karena itu berbase pada data.
Mungkin ada tanggapan lagi? Ada saya dikit Pak Prof. Boleh ya? Lagi sedikit. Dikit aja. Ini. Bukan. Nah, menarik ini, makanya saya gini Pak Prof. Dalam mengkonstruk pikiran tadi Pak Prof bilang bahwasanya ketika memberikan masalah kita harus tarik dulu ke belakang. Berarti kan ada di sana historical Pak Prof. Dalam konsep apa penerapan seperti ini bisa dilakukan atau ini bagian daripada ide kita untuk menghasilkan sebuah latar belakang, katakanlah begitu. Nah ini seperti apa Pak? Itu pertama. Kedua, untuk mengatakan teknokrat itu berarti kita harus melihat dari 3 hal. Yang pertama ada IQ, EQ, dan juga SQ-nya. Nah dari ketiga sisi itu mungkin kita bisa menggali lebih dalam tentang teknokrat. Begitu Pak Prof ya?
Bicara EQSQ ini,
iya.
Nama intelektual, dia bisa jelaskan lagi itu karena kalau saya bukan orang psikologis,
Ya,
saya ini orang history.
Artinya kita bisa melihat dari sisi
bisa,
itu.
kenapa tidak? Loh, justru karena itulah Anda jangan kayak kuda ya. Jalan tuh kayak kuda gini, lihat nggak pernah lihat ke samping. Ilmuwan tuh tidak boleh kayak kuda jalannya. Ilmuwan tuh harus melihat jangan-jangan ke sini, jangan-jangan ke sini, kan harus begitu. Kalau Anda kayak kuda ya gimana? Anda jatuh ke perosokan juga bisa. Nah, karena the background saya itu history, saya belajar sejarah kemana-mana, saya belajar sejarah ke Belanda, belajar sejarah ke Australia, sejarah ke Jerman, sejarah. Artinya, history is the past politik. Politik is the present history. Jadi sejarah itu adalah politik masa lalu. Politik adalah sejarah masa kini yang sedang berlaku sekarang. Jadi kalau kita mengamati sebagai orang sejarah, orang kan selalu menganggap sejarah kan. Orang sejarah itu belajar masa lalu, kenaro, blah. Bukan. Sejarah itu berpikirnya ke sekarang ini. How to explain this situation, this recent situation, and trace back to the past. Memahami masa sekarang dengan melacak kembali apa yang terjadi dulu itu. Itu ada benang merah. Kalau saya diajarkan di sejarah begitu. Bukan mempelajari Kediri untuk Kediri itu bukan. Untuk mempelajari Kediri itu untuk menjelaskan masa lalu bukan. Menjelaskan masyarakat kita sekarang. Kenapa ada abangan, santri, priayi. Ada Bhinneka Tunggal Ika. Kenapa ada Pancasila. Harus dijelaskan from the past perspective. Jadi selalu gitu, Anda juga harus begitu kan. Kalau nggak begitu, kalau Anda bicara tentang teknokrat atau Anda bicara tentang desa adat, kalau tidak basis sekarang ini, apa gunanya desa adat? Apakah desa adat seperti yang dikatakan oleh Pak Sukahat, di mana aturan-aturan adat itu sesuai dengan seperti yang dari griot, dari apa? Nggak cocok lagi. Kenapa? Kalau kita kembalikan desa adat itu kembali ke zaman tradisional dan kolonial, kenapa kita mengatakan diri kita merdeka? Itu bukankah kesetiaan itu kita sudah serahkan kepada paham negara kebangsaan? Kenapa harus kembali ke situ? Karena apa? Karena dengan merdeka itu kita duduk sejajar, egaliter, demokrasi. Begitu cara berpikirnya. Ya kan? Jangan kembali ke zaman kerajaan-kerajaan dulu. Orang kita sudah ada proklamasi. Oke, ya. Paham ya? Baik.
Bisa sama-sama semangat walaupun tadi saya ikut di ruang Zoom. Menarik tadi dari Pak Dwije dan Pak Komang Wirawan. Intinya itu kan beranjak dari jejak ya, jejak yang sebelumnya gitu. Dan itu pun saya pakai di beberapa tulisan saya tentang historical hukum, aspek sejarah hukum gitu. Apalagi saya juga sering diskusi dengan Pak Diki bahwasanya ketika kita ngomong sejarah itu jangan kita hanya ngomong jejaknya pindahnya dari tempat A ke B, tapi di balik itu kenapa dia pindah, apa akibatnya dia pindah, dan bagaimana kedepannya dia akibat pindah ini, itu yang akan kita teliti lebih lanjut. Itulah yang bisa membedakan dan novelty-nya dari sana. Tidak hanya sekedar kita ngomong masalah, oh hukum itu berubah, dari A hukum jadi B. Kita bandingkan teksnya selesai. Tapi beyond the text, ya, apa itu? Sama halnya tadi ketika tadi Pak Komang Wirawan membahas tentang reurbanisasi kan, kembali lagi karena akibat pandemi itu kan banyak faktor yang menyebabkan kan, bisa kita tarik ke belakang dulu jejaknya, kemudian kita bisa tarik ke depan lagi jejaknya. Sama kayak tadi Pak Dwije mengatakan tentang teknokrat Hindu itu intinya dia memiliki, kenapa disebut dengan teknokrat definisinya gitu kan dia memiliki jejak-jejak, tapi kalau lebih baik kan kita juga bisa mengungkap di balik jejak-jejak karya-karyanya itu apa saja yang kita bisa kupas. Kan tempo hari kita bisa, dulu kita bahas pertama kali nih ke Pak Wijaya, ketika kita bahas tentang Dewa Palguna, ketika dia jadi hakim, produk hukum, terobosan-terobosan hukum apa saja yang pernah dilakukan. Nah, ideologinya apa? Itu tegas sekali Pak Dewa Palguna, ideologinya itu dia lebih ke HAM, lebih ke demokratis. Itu bisa dilihat dari beberapa putusannya beliau. Nah, itu kan bisa digali lebih lanjut. Artinya ketika kita ngomong masalah sejarah, ngomong jejak itu tidak hanya ngomong masalah perpindahan waktu, perpindahan produk, tapi juga di balik itu dan apa akibatnya dan kedepannya sebagai apa, itu sangat menarik untuk diteliti. Dan saya juga dulu pertama kali BIWS pertama itu saya ingat masih ngomongin Pak Diki itu. Jangan kita ngomong sejarah itu ya sejarah aja, ya yang masa lalu. Tapi di balik itu ada apa? Gitu. Dan itu saya gunakan dulu beberapa tulisan saya Pak Diki. Saya terima kasih sekali Pak Diki sudah memberikan ilmunya dan memang itu sangat bermanfaat bagi saya sendiri dan teman-teman yang membahas tentang studi tentang hukum. Jadi studi hukum tentang hukum itu tidak hanya kita ngomong teks saja, bahwa kita bandingkan teksnya, normatifnya, pasal-pasal, titik koma, ya enggak seperti itu kering sekali. Padahal kita sudah ke ranah ilmu hukum yang bersentuhan dengan ilmu-ilmu yang lainnya. Nah, jadi itu yang bisa saya sampaikan Pak Dejo, itu sangat menarik sekali. Semoga kita bisa berkolaborasi di lain waktu. Dan sangat menarik, mungkin saya akan berkolaborasi Pak Diki. Mohon nanti saya pinjam anak buahnya Pak Diki. Terima kasih. Semua.
Tidak kedengaran.
Sorry Mbak Iti, ini. Halo Mbak Iti, jadi yang dimaksud dengan historical perspective itu tidak berarti bahwa kita akan menggunakan historical perspective secara in detail. Sampai ini tidak perlu. Tapi Anda bukan bidang sejarah, flashback mungkin 1 paragraf, 2 paragraf, mengingatkan ingatan si audiens, si pembaca itu, oh ternyata seperti ini, gitu saja. Tidak seperti kalau saya memang menguji orang mahasiswa sejarah, secara detail saya bertanya dari kronologi waktu itu. Tapi kalau Anda tidak akan saya bertanya begitu, tapi flashback. Tapi Pak Diki saya kira nih kelihatannya harus bisa memperkaya, to enrich. Ya, oke Pak Diki.
Ya, mungkin saya akan memberikan komentar yang lebih sistematik ya untuk kedua paper dan mudah-mudahan nanti saya bisa singgung masalah itu. First for Pak Wirawan, itu your presentation seems much more interesting than your paper. Yeah, much more rigorous, much more comprehensive than your paper. It seems like your paper is an unfinished one. I don't know what happened to your submission, tetapi it seems like your paper is only 20%, 30% of your presentation.
Pak Diki, interrupt. Karena beliau ini sudah dapat LPDP. Berikan aplaus dulu ya. Jadi ini achievementnya luar biasa gitu kan.
Yeah, congratulations. So I don't understand. Mungkin I suspect bahwa karena you're working on 2 papers and that you have submitted 1 paper for this Bali International Writing School and then the other one for ICIS. I don't understand. Tetapi clearly I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation much more than your paper. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of holes and it seems to be unfinished. Yeah. That's my first comment. The second one is I read your article and there does not seem to be any formal definition of re-urbanization. Yeah, I didn't see any specific scientific discussion about re-urbanization and how that is perhaps pertinent and significant in today's world, especially given the fact of the current ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. I mean, I understand your logic, tetapi nonetheless, as an academic paper, you need to provide a formal definition of what re-urbanization is all about. Now, if you have a literature review on that, then that must be included in your paper. And then you would have to take a stance in terms of which definition are you following, or perhaps you might be offering a new definition of re-urbanization. Now, what I'm also not clear is what are the incentives for the re-urbanization? I mean, I understand that they have lost their jobs in the city and they're coming back to the villages, to the rural areas. And hence, I'm much more interested in the kinds of challenges and issues these people are facing and confronting, given the new challenges, given the new occupation, and given the fact that they might not have any experience in becoming agricultural farmers. So how was that process? How was that transition? What kind of problems and issues are they facing? I didn't seem to capture that presentation, either in your presentation or in your paper. I think that is the most important thing, that transition from being a city dweller to an agricultural farmer in the rural area. Because I think that would be, the gap of knowledge in probably this discussion about re-urbanization. And who are guiding this process of unlearning and learning of these city dwellers to become farmers? And is the government supportive of this move? And what kind of support is the government providing? What kind of support is a community providing to these people? That did not seem to emerge in your analysis, nor in your presentation. And then I wrote to the supervisors 2 possible alternative titles for you, which could perhaps bring more interest to your paper, because like your other colleagues, most of your titles are very datar, yeah, and it doesn't seem to generate any sort of curiosity on the part of the readers. So my first alternative title for you is The Paradox of Re-Urbanization in Bali during the COVID-19 pandemic, a case study of returning tourism workforce in Buleleng, something along those lines, but using the term the paradox, because you use that in your paper, right? And I don't know to what extent is this paradox, but I'm sensing that that's an important argument to make. And I think that people would be interested in knowing where the paradox lies, where the dilemmas lie, yeah, in this transition of the city dwellers and the tourism workers into becoming the agricultural farmers in the rural area. Secondly is, I was really intrigued by the idea of revenge reurbanization. So you might want to also bring this up as your title. So revenge reurbanization, the promise for the reinvigoration of the agricultural sector in Bali, something along those lines. Yeah. So that's how you capture the imagination of the readers. You use specific and intriguing concepts and put it into your title and make it into your primary argument. That's how you capture the imagination of your readers. Ya, tapi kalau title Anda datar-datar saja, then kita sebagai reviewer juga ini paling deskriptif saja ini. You know what I'm saying? But if you were to use the paradox of reurbanization, now I don't know what reurbanization means and what it entails, and much less the paradox of it. Yeah, I don't know what reurbanization means. Tetapi when you say revenge reurbanization, wah ini interesting, right? It's like we now have post COVID-19 social restrictions for the past 1.5 years. Now we have revenge travel, right, by the tourists. Karena sudah 1,5 tahun mereka dikurung di rumah mereka, sekarang mereka bernafsu mau jalan-jalan, right? That's called revenge travel. Nah, bagi saya that's an interesting phenomenon. Yeah. So anything that captures the imagination of people, use that in your title, use that in your main argument, use that in your research question. Ya, itu pasti menarik. Yeah. So in your paper, your thesis argument does not seem very clear. So it is very vague. Yeah. And you had data on Indonesia and Bali, but not in Buleleng specifically, while your data is about Buleleng. Yeah. So I don't quite understand why there is that discrepancy between this paper and your presentation. Perhaps you might want to respond to that first.
Okay, I make it clearly because the first one and the connected about the first and the second is in the previous work we collect data about the technocrat, and then I found the young farmer. The young farmer is two, the Agung Wedatama and the Nangasumerto, who work in the Tembok Buleleng. Tembok Buleleng, they also empowering the people who get lost in the job, and then they get the reurbanization to the Tembok. They also, the clearly is one in our presentation in the post is already finished, not clearly finished, but it's more completed than the second one to the reurbanization. I also use the term the reurbanization because the people they urbanization to the north to the south, and then back because the COVID-19 they back to the rural area, to the homeland. They did not have a job there. The people, the young farmer like Agung Wedatama and Ngasumerto, they empowering this a company with the village. The Agung Wedatama said he prefer to accompany to cooperation with village better than person by person, because person by person is not so clearly agreement, because he went to lab, but it's they joined by the village. He can touch, he can totally touch the agreement. So the people in this is a political It's a political agriculture in the Tembok because they get the head of the village to empowering the people, and the people must follow. They use a dana desa or something like a bansos to empowering the people. The people get the job for the agriculture. They have a 25,000 per head, like a kepala keluarga, with the head of the family. They can use the father, mother, but the one kepala keluarga, they must use one worker to get a job to 25,000 per day. That's the idea first. The idea because I use the event, and then why I use the repaint the reurbanization, because some wife of the worker, he didn't want to get to the south again, because the problem is in the south is not so clearly fresh air. They get it, not much space to the children to play, not smart, and only the money, but they get like a more feel comfort in the village. But the people in they still want to get job again in the short, because the money, they hope the pandemic is over. But the head of the village, they get the power how to protect the urbanization, to get to maybe at least one people wife or the husband stay in the village, not go to again to the urbanization again.
So do you anticipate this reurbanization as being a temporary thing or a much more permanent thing?
I think it's in my opinion, it's like a temporary thing.
You see,
because no much money they get before then they get to the before then they work in the tourism sector.
You see, that has a sort of a research implication, because if it's temporary, then this might be what we call a flash in the pan phenomenon.
Yeah.
And reviewers would tend not to be in favor in any analysis regarding flash in the pan phenomena. You know what I'm saying? Unless, of course, this was something that would structurally transform the maybe the district or the village or the lives of people. So if this were only temporary, then you would have a greater challenge to make this research seem significant and interesting.
I must more get to the place, because it's just our maybe I only get one interview for the head, but I think I must interview in depth with the worker who stay there, because it's only that I think not so much in-depth interview I get in the for the worker in the Tembok Buleleng. Yeah, so that's why it's not unfinished work for the second title, because I only have the short only for the 3 people, the young farmer for the Wedatama, Negara Sumatra, and then only short interview with the head of the district of the Tembok. But clearly is the differential of the short and the north is clearly now. The paradox is now is the city can be have a job in the city, but in the village now have a more job in the agriculture. They can gain, but with the only with the small income, but they can live, because in the city is a zero job in there.
Okay, so please reconsider your title to make it more interesting and more robust and more appealing to your readers. So don't have a flat title. Have a title that can capture the imagination of reviewers, of people, and so immediately people will ask the question, what is this revenge reurbanization, or the paradox of reurbanization? That's how you capture the interest of your reviewers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, now we go to Swastana. my first comment is that, I wish you would consult me more during, the process of consultation. We didn't have much interaction except during the initial discussion of your proposal, but we didn't have any, in fact, meaningful conversation regarding your research. And so reading your paper, I'm a bit confused with your paper. And with your presentation, I'm even more confused because you are shifting from Bahasa Indonesia to English. And your paper is in Bahasa Indonesia, but then your presentation and the key concepts you are using are in English. And so, and I think you are being confused with a number of concepts, the key concepts. Yeah. For one, you seem to be interchangeably using the supremacy of law, or in your terminology, supreme law, and law enforcement. You need to understand that these are two very different concepts. Yeah. When you say supreme law, it means the highest law of the land. But I don't think that's what you mean. What you mean is supremasi hukum. Supremasi hukum means supremacy of the law, not supreme law. Yeah. So that is a very tragic mistake. Yeah, a very tragic mistranslation of a very key concept that you are using in your paper. Ya, jadi supremasi hukum itu adalah supremacy of the law. Ya, not supreme law. Supreme law itu berarti undang-undang dasar kalau di Indonesia itu. Ya, turunannya baru undang-undang. Right? I mean, you should know this. You are a lawyer, yeah? No, you're not from Faculty of Law? Okay. Okay, but you have a master's degree in law. Huh? Yeah, so you should know this, right? And then law enforcement is a totally different concept. Yeah? Law enforcement itu ya berarti that's the work of polisi, kejaksaan, ya, hakim, pengacara, notaris, ya. And I don't quite understand why you are being, mixed up in these two concepts. Maybe you are also unclear about what you want to do with this research. Yeah, I mean, as a form of directory untuk buku pegangan para teknokrat Hindu mungkin itu useful. Tetapi in academic terms, in academic papers, you need to be very incisive. You need to be very clear and specific when you use certain concepts, and you cannot be mistaken. You cannot be wrong about your choice of concepts. Here I see a confusion, yeah, between the supremacy of the law and law enforcement. And you seem to be interchangeably using these two different terminologies in your analysis of these different profiles of people. Yeah, that's only one side of the story. The other side of the story is you seem to also want to look at the issue of leadership, yeah, or technocracy, yeah. And I'm sort of confused. What is your main focus here? Is it the law, or is it the leadership? Or that's why then your translation, quote and unquote, supreme law of leadership doesn't make sense to me. What does supreme law of leadership means? Coba bayangkan. Can you imagine? Supreme law of leadership. Undang-undang yang tertinggi tentang kepemimpinan? I don't think that's what you mean. Right? So you yourself is very important. Yeah, with your supervisors when it comes to determining the key concepts and the key sort of analytical framework in your research. And then I don't understand why you are bringing all this thing about the Great Depression of America in 1929 and 1930. I don't understand why you should be bringing that at all. I know you're saying that, in the Great Depression, you need leadership. Okay, so what? Are we in a Great Depression? I don't think we are in a Great Depression right now. our economy is doing quite well, in fact. Even during this pandemic, we are okay now. Last year, we had minus maybe 4 or 5, but compared to other countries who are experiencing minus 20, minus 35%, minus 60%, we're doing quite well. And now we are in the positive, which means our economy is doing quite well, yeah, comparatively with other countries. So to argue that we are in a Great Depression, like in America in 1929, 1930 is incorrect, is not appropriate, is not at all fitting, I think, yeah? Because that's your whole argument, right? During the Great Depression, we need great leadership, right? But we are not facing any Great Depression here. Jadi it's a very fatal argument di situ, which is self-defeating. Ini malah menjebak Anda sendiri. Kalau Anda ditanya, are we in a Great Depression? Jawabannya tidak, we are not in a Great Depression. Buktinya kita bisa makan-makan, kita bisa menyelenggarakan acara ini, right? I can travel to Bali and things are relatively okay lah despite the COVID-19 pandemic for us, yeah, for many of us, yeah. Tetapi banyak orang juga yang suffering, obviously, but we are not in any way close to the Great Depression of 1929. Di Amerika waktu itu, in 1929 itu orang tuh berjajar hanya untuk mendapatkan roti, right? Ratusan orang berjajar di bakery untuk dapatkan roti, dapatkan minuman, vitamin dan lain. We are not in that position yet. So there is no urgency or no significance for you to bring up the analysis on the Great Depression, especially dalam konteks Amerika itu. And then I was particularly shocked ketika baca introduction-nya, tiba-tiba your first sort of definition of leadership is from Oxford Learner's Dictionary. I don't understand why. You're not even writing in English. You're writing in Bahasa Indonesia, right? Tetapi the first reference you use is Oxford Learner's Dictionary tentang leadership. Right? Padahal Anda, you keep mentioning that you are using the, some of the basic principles from Bhagavad Gita, right? And from some other texts, right? Veda, and then the principles of Trihita, Karana, and so on. Mungkin itu saja yang dinaikkan. There's no relevance with the Oxford Learner's Dictionary. Yeah? Bhagavad Gita itu bilang apa tentang leadership? Yeah? Karena itu yang menjadi landasan, the foundations of some of the more basic teachings of Hinduism. Langsung saja itu. Nah, and then you talk about Dharma Negara and Dharma Sasana. Maybe those kinds of discussions might be much more relevant to your topic, yeah, and for you to extend the argument and to make a serious sort of analytical framework on that, and then apply that in your analysis of the way the leaders are seeing the concept and applying the concept of leadership. Now, when it comes to the idea of leadership, itu Max Weber, itu one of the classic readings on the ideal types of leadership. Tadi Prof. Ardana sudah menyebut tentang charismatic authority, but that's just one type of leadership yang Max Weber sebut. Ya. Karena ada charismatic authority, ada traditional authority, dan ada legal authority. Right? Nah, ketiga-tiganya ini kan relevant, very relevant to your work, right? But you did not cite Max Weber at all. The question is why? Are you familiar with Max Weber? Are you familiar with the body of knowledge on leadership? Gitu kan? Karena if not, ini bisa jadi lubang yang besar sekali in your paper. Yeah. So always refer to first the classic work of scholars tentang your field of study. That is why you need to fully understand and recognize where your research is located in the body of knowledge and body of literature in your field. Gitu. Makanya this shifting from supremacy of law to leadership, tiba-tiba law enforcement, tiba-tiba, something else, it's rather confusing. Yeah. And then there are also other phrases and terminologies that you use in your method, saying experience-based method. I'm not quite sure what that means. Yeah, maybe you mean the experience of these technocrats and these leaders and so on, but that's not a method. Yeah, phenomenology is a method. Yeah, mungkin. Yeah, an approach to research which is based on the experiences of people. Yeah, real experiences from real people. Yeah, and then life experiences might be an approach and method in gathering data. Yeah, atau life stories. Yeah, tapi I've never heard of experience-based method. Yeah, I don't quite understand what that means. And then you say that the method you are using is qualitative and comparison. I don't know what you are comparing here in your study as well. Maybe you're comparing one leader to the next, yeah? But the framework isn't very clear. Yeah, so you might want to rethink about that. And then what's problematic also is that you're referencing the names of the people or together with the titles, Professor, Doctor, Ing, dan I don't think that's
Suaranya nggak ada.
misalnya you might want to say that I Ketut Ardana is a professor atau is a historian, is a Hindu Balinese historian misalnya gitu kan of Southeast Asia. Nah, itu bisa, tapi nggak usah misalnya profesor, dokter I Ketut Ardana misalkan. That's unnecessary, especially in the subtitle. Yeah. And I was hoping that if you are going to refer to Bhagavad Gita, Veda, and Tri Hitakarana, that should also be in your abstract. But it's absent in your abstract, yeah? The sacred texts and principles of leadership and ethics in leadership. Now, so I have a number of alternative titles for you, but the problem is I can send it to you via WhatsApp. Tapi because I don't understand the framework of your research, so I'm a bit hesitant to share it with you here, but you might want to think about it tonight, and then we can discuss further. Yeah, and then you keep mentioning Lascarya ini about sincerity. Yeah, but it's not in your paper at all. Yeah, kan? There's no discussion at all about Lascarya for some reason. So that just popped up in your presentation, but is not in any way analyzed or discussed in your paper. So you might want to also consider that. I don't know to what extent Lascarya is significant, but from your presentation, it definitely seems like it's significant. But again, the question is, for these kinds of research, again, irrigation is important, yeah? And don't play into the advertising gimmicks of your informants. Jangan terlalu cepat percaya dan informan Anda. Yeah? So apart from Imade Pastika, who else did you interview? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Pak Rektor, Prof. Ketut juga sudah. Okay. All right. I'm going to say it up front, in front of Prof. Ketut juga. Don't trust him if you interview him. Whatever he says, don't trust him. Maksudnya, you need to have some irrigation. You need to have some suspicion. Ini benar gak sih Prof. Ardana ini bilang begini? Dalam kenyataannya leadership dia seperti apa sih di yayasan? You know? So you need to be suspicious. You need to be able to criticize all things. Itu yang Karl Marx katakan gitu. Itu kenapa khususnya tentara di Indonesia tidak suka ajaran Marxis. Soeharto tidak suka ajaran Marxis. Kenapa? Karena there's a lot of criticism di situ. Karena Marxis mengatakan we have to criticize all things. Besok itu 30 September biasanya muncul ini orang-orang yang anti G30S PKI dan segala macam kan? Karena apa? Karena mereka takut dikritik. So any criticism is always attached nantinya ke Marxism or communism at worst. Gitu. Tapi kita intellectuals itu come from a tradition of criticism. Karena tanpa criticism, how could we ever be an intellectual gitu? And how can we ever bring the conversation forward and the scientific endeavors forward gitu? Nggak bisa tanpa criticism, right? So jangan cepat percaya with your informants, ya. Dan saya perhatikan tadi in your article, although you say you interviewed them, tapi tidak ada satupun quotation dari mereka, betul kan? Anda harus masukkan quotation, buktikan bahwa Anda memang benar menginterview mereka dan katakan interview ini dilakukan tanggal sekian di sekian. Sehingga menambah bobot dari artikel Anda bahwa memang there is empirical research being done. Ada interviews being conducted. Tanpa ada quotation, nggak ada bukti bahwa Anda melakukan interviews. Makanya tadi saya assume jangan-jangan Anda hanya baca-baca di internet saja about their profiles, but you didn't really interview them because there are no quotations. Okay? So thank you very much for my time. Mungkin you might want to provide some responses to any of those issues.
Yes. Big thanks to Pak Diki for your constructive feedback. And first, I have to admit that this is a total mistake from my side, and I would love to reformulating the construction of my study or my article here, and in regard with the focus of my focus. I absolutely agree with you, but then I will focusing on the side of leadership, where you mentioned that Dharma Negara or Dharma Agama is might be my focus on this Dharma Negara and Dharma Agama of a leader. So that's why. My last writing is totally mess up, like that. Thank you, Pak Diki.
Tinggi. Oke, terima kasih. Silakan Pak Prof.
Anda masih fokus on the Western point of view ya tentang leadership. Tadi Pak Diki udah sebutkan itu. Padahal kita di sini kan ingin mengungkap tentang apa sih maksud kita leadership itu dari konsep Hindu kan begitu. Nah, Anda sudah melihatnya dari sudut barat dari British, dari mana itu mungkin begitu. Nah, oke. Tapi itu sebetulnya tidak seperti itu. Keinginan kita tidak seperti itu. Seperti dibilang Pak Diki, kita harus melihat pada local wisdom, religious lesson gitu kan. Ada yang namanya di dalam, mungkin di yayasan ada bukunya masih tentang Astabrata. Astabrata itu ada, manuskrip kita tuh, karena tahun yang lalu kalau nggak salah kita penelitian tentang Astabrata itu. Nah, mengkomparkan between Astabrata lesson and apa yang dikatakan oleh Max Weber mengenai pemimpin tradisional, pemimpin karismatik, pemimpin apalagi gitulah, membandingkan itu mungkin di dalam bukunya Max Weber tentang intellectual portrait, kalau nggak salah itu, dalam bukunya Max Weber tentang intellectual portrait, lukisan tentang intelektual itu, dia bagi seperti itu kan. Nah, kita punya juga, tapi Astabrata, lebih kepada pandangan-pandangan yang berbasis pada kearifan lokal sebelum masuknya agama. Misalnya, Dewa Surya, itu sebelum agama masuk sudah ada pandangan tentang Dewa Surya, Dewi Bulan, tentang Baruna Laut, itu sudah ada jauh sebelumnya. Jadi tradisi-tradisi itu sudah ada di manuskrip. Nah, nanti Anda baca tinggal masukkan tentang yang dikatakan oleh Pak Diki itu tentang astabrata. 8 kepemimpinan menurut konsep Hindu itu. Bahwa seorang raja, the king-nya itu, dewa raja kult, pemujaan dewa raja itu, seorang raja itu harus diwujudkan seperti dewa surya. Artinya apa? Dia menyinari semua. Apa itu air, apa itu sampah, apa ya adil ya. Konsep keadilan di situ. Dari dewa surya itu menyinari semuanya. Ada pohon, ada gunung, ada laut. Semua disinari sama dewa surya kan begitu. Itu artinya apa? Makna apa? Keadilan. Nah makanya Anda perlu baca Astabratalation itu di dalam konsep Hindu. Tetapi saya lebih menukik, I just focus on the topic ya. Karena pada dasarnya kita inginkan Anda itu menulis tentang teknokrat itu lebih banyak di bidang, karena kita lack of information in the political aspect sebetulnya. Tapi saya paham, karena saya tahu Anda orang dari Fakultas Hukum kan, Anda belok kan itu ke Fakultas Hukum, ke masalah law. Padahal keinginan kita adalah lebih ke political mapping. Kita inginkan political mappingnya seperti apa. Kalau kita, saya katakan tadi itu kalau kita mempunyai pejabat, ini tuh di dalam peta politik kita itu seperti apa. Tetapi saya tahu, mungkin waktunya mendesak atau apa, what is your problem? Karena Anda orang hukum, Anda kaitkanlah ke leadership itu Pak Diki, ke persoalan hukum gitu jadinya jadi ini kan rancu jadinya dia. Saya kira problemnya di situ. Padahal kita inginnya political mapping. Hindu politik, jadi pemetaan tentang intelektual Hindu itu seperti apa. No problem if you talk about intellectual or technocrat in the broader sense, no problem. Anda bicara aspek sosial budaya, ekonomi, politik, kemudian Anda menukik kepada persoalan politik seperti yang kita hadapi sekarang, itu is more interesting than you talk about just the law. Itu terlalu spesifik dia. Ya kan? Di bidang spesifik, tapi kita ini dari beragam keilmuan ini kita bisa masuk di situ. Semua orang dapat akses. Tapi kalau Anda bicara tentang seperti dikatakan tadi tentang persoalan apa? Hukum yang kalian itu bagi orang akan kesulitan dia untuk berdiskusi tentang persoalan itu karena sangat spesifik dia isunya. Tapi kalau ketika kita berbicara tentang political mapping ke depan seperti mana pengembangan lembaga, sumber daya manusia itu jauh lebih menariknya. Orang ekonomi bisa bicara, orang hukum bisa bicara, orang politik bisa bicara, orang agama bisa bicara. Yang mestinya diarahkan ke sana, is more interesting. Oke, saya kira itu ya, masuk ke saya. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Prof atas tambahannya. Mungkin saya bisa ke Bu Dr. Narti Purwaningsih, mungkin masih bergabung.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Mr. Moderator. Yeah, I enjoy in the presentation of the both so whatever the title, especially for Pak Komang, yeah, whatever the title as suggested by Pak Diki. At first, I thought that because of the pandemic, so the tourism workforce, they come back, they return to their homeland and to Buleleng. That was because I just I have the unfinished as others as unfinished papers in the beginning. So then you discuss about the situation in their homeland. So how the local government encourage those the return urban migrants in order to survive their life by hitting due to the pandemic. So I would like actually the concept that you're using about, Pak Diki has a question about that. I don't know what you call it, your concept of young generation. Because if we look at from the WHO classification, we have 10 to 19 or 19 to 24 or if we look at, or if we refer from the Undang-Undang Law Number 40 2009, they said about the kepemudaan is from 19 to 30. So you have to confirm us which kind of age group you are talking about. But if you look, if you want to say about the millennial generation, usually those who are in the age of 19 to 39. So you have to be very concise in which age group you are talking about. Because in the beginning, when you are saying about, in the beginning of the paper, when you're saying about the tourist workforce, you didn't say any age group at all. But then when you present your paper today, this is much clearer. You said about the young generation. So the second one, when you quote data, because you have a data about the exact absolute number and percentage, it's better to put your source of data. So because it's very important, so people can look at how come the figure like that. So I think it's better to have that. And apart from this, I like it very much because your paper will contribute much about the situation today, where we know that the what do you call it, like the millennial farmers noise become an issue, because the number of the young generation and the millennial generation who involved in agriculture sector is very limited, and the number dropped very much. As we can look at from Bappenas, the number they said that 2063 maybe will disappear for the young generation now, millennial generation who work as a farmer. So it's very important to brought up to bring for the discussion your paper about how people, how millennial generation or young generation come back to the village to what do you call it, to perform as a farmer. And you're right that we have what you call it, the young generation on the millennial generation, they have their skill or digital skill and also their knowledge. But then you have to also discuss about the land conversion. So maybe they have limited land available for them to do in agriculture business. Yeah, but maybe as you said, like petani keren, yeah. So they have different type or different platform of agriculture business compared to the previous generation on the old generation. So actually, if you stick with the second topic, as you what you call it, presented today, it's much better. But again, I think I agree with Pak Dicky to have something, the title that really what do you call it, like take a what you get, so attract people to read it. And maybe you also come to the new definition, because I don't know, paradox reurbanization, because something like they are actually urban migrants and then going back to their rural areas, their home town. Because this is returning urban migrants or reurbanization. Reurbanization, that means that people move from rural to the urban areas, and then they go to the other urban areas. Whereas you said that, I don't know whether in Bangli or in Buleleng is rural areas or urban areas. So if this is urban areas, so you can call it reurbanization, because they just move from rural to urban and again to another urban area. So, but anyway, this is what you call it, we can come up with a concept, maybe a new concept, because this emerged during the pandemic era. But last time when our governor, Central Java governor, they said Pak Bibit called it Bali Deso pulang, Balik Deso bangun Deso, something like go back to the village and what you can develop the village, just something like that. But that's your paper now is much, what would you call it, informative, since you are in the context of pandemic impact. So it's much attractive for people to look at it. So this is very challenging for you to write it. I think I just highlight what Professor just stated clearly your research problem. Which one you want? You stick with the second paper on the first one, and then for Agus, I forgot the name, for the one that talking about the supreme of law. What in my mind when you are talking about regardless the as Jiki said, that I also confused about the supreme law or supreme of the law. And then when we're talking leadership, what come to my mind is, maybe how the leader or how the people apply the traditional or on the Hindus values in their leadership. So something like this, and then you're saying about the Bhagavad Gita principle. So how the values applied in those people who what you call it, who perform as a leader. So their leadership is influenced by the Bhagavad Gita values. But again, we have to read first, and then we didn't see it in the beginning. So we just after we finished reading the paper, and then the person on the author will talk about the principle of leadership according to Bhagavad Gita. But then I'll come up with actually it's already stated by Pak Ketut, Prof. Ketut. How about the what do you call it? The challenge, socio-cultural challenge, socio-political challenge. Even though I was thinking, so how people or those who are really want to apply these values, but then has to face all the political issues, socio-political challenges. How about the politics influence their leadership? So that's kind of description should also come to your paper. So it's because this one is a bit, what you call it, it's a bit difficult, but you will come up with something, I don't know whether novelty or something that is a bit different, where this not only describe about the value but also the challenges. So the issues of Hindus values, local wisdom, and then the challenge that people face in order to apply that's values. I think that's all my comment, because it's already discussed by the previous reviewers. Thanks, Pak Moderator.
Silakan, mungkin bisa langsung ditanggapi.
Yeah, thanks for the Bu Narti. For the young generation, I use the termination that Generation Y or millennial who were born in the after 1980s, and then who does enter the labor market in 2000 early. Is a different based on the Mannheim theory. They use the generation for the ring of the 20 year. That also I use the millennial term or the generation Y. I never read the PP of the 40 hours to understand. Maybe I will read it and download it. And then about the data, I detail that about why I choose the young, because I saw that the similarity of the people of the young generation, they started with the work from the background knowledge, and then they show the problem of the agriculture, and they start to doing the some agriculture job. They have no background knowledge in agriculture, and then about the reurbanization, yeah, it's similarly too, because some people walk in the short path and then go to reurbanization again to the north. They have the egg is all as a half or more than a half. As the number is all is a millennial people. They have a small kid, they have a wife, they have a small family, but they have a less job in the tourism, and then focus again to the homeland, because it's more efficient to what does it mean, among spending money in the rural, better prefer than in the town. That's why I use the term the young generation to protect what does it mean, to protect the urbanization there.
Thank you, Ibu Narti, for your feedback. And on this occasion, I would like to emphasize that based on Pak Diki's advice as well, I will go deeper and deeper about the focus of my article and writings, and what in my mind, was in my mind is yes, according to Pak Diki, is the supremacy of law, not supreme of law. So I will go deeper on this, and I agree with you, Ibu, that I will pick up one Hindu's values, and I will describe it on my next reformulating articles. Thank you, Ibu.
Pak Moderator, may I have one what do you call it? Just few comments, Pak Moderator.
Ya,
Just
silakan Ibu. Saya persilakan.
Pak Komang, is there any governor regulation that facilitate for those who are returning back to work as a farmer in it's Pangli Kabupaten? Because
I think it's no. I think it's the government only they have maybe like a bansos or dana desa. They have no special program to accommodate the reurbanization to the short part of Bali to the north part of Bali. I think they only give the like a fund, like a bantuan. What is it? I think the bantuan, only bantuan. It's just a regularly, same as the affiliate in the Bali. They have like a bansos, like dana desa. They use like this. This is regular, not as like a special program for the migrant who move from the city to the homeland, to the rural area. The only is like Dinas Pertanian. Also, they doing the same regular work, not the special. Is from my interview with the the head of village of the Tembok and the Buleleng. No special program for that. Only the head of village, they refocusing the Dana Desa fund to make the money is berputar berputar di desa itu. Jadi mereka itu dikasih insentif, diberikan upah to run the land, and then dari hasil pertanian itu mereka dapatkan juga keuntungannya. Jadi dana desa dana desa yang digunakan itu berfokus ke dalam sekarang, tidak berfokus kepada pembangunan yang diberikan yang diperuntukkan untuk orang luar sebagai pekerja. Jadi only refocusing the fund from the government.
But there is no also a capacity building for them.
What can
capacity building, maybe skill, or it's not the facilitation. It's not in term of not only in term of fund, but maybe capacity building for those who are willing to work as a farmer.
For the government is I think is not, but it's for the young farmer who run the Agung Wedatama or the Nengas Semerta. He give the education for the to give more skill, like a little skill for how to run the land to make a farming agriculture. Not a specific skill, not specific for our grade to skill. Only like empowering by the community. Because the skill, because the people, the neighborhood, they also as a farmer, they can teach with the farmer or the neighborhood to teach how to run the agriculture farm. They doing by autodidact to run the agriculture. But and the advantage, because the people in the short go to see all is a tourism worker. They run a bit make like a village tourism. They run about the village tourism. They make meningkatkan potensi pariwisata di desanya. Jadi mereka punya tenaga kerja pariwisata yang banyak, sehingga mereka memanfaatkannya itu untuk run desa wisata di sana. Ketika normal mungkin untuk itu salah satu tujuan untuk to protect to preventing reurbanization.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Ya, terima kasih kepada Bu Dr. Narti Purwaningsih. Mungkin Pak Sadguna masih bergabung bersama kita untuk yang terakhir. Ya, nampaknya Bapaknya sudah layoff dari room. Berarti dengan demikian pengarahan dari Bu Narti Purwaningsih tadi merupakan pengarahan yang terakhir kepada Pak Komang Wirawan STM4 dan juga Bapak Made Dwija Swastana SHMH. Mudah-mudahan apa yang disampaikan tadi oleh para reviewer bisa memperbaiki daripada tulisan ataupun artikel yang telah diselesaikan. Dengan demikian maka selesai sudah presentasi hasil artikel dari kedua presenter yang tadi telah disampaikan, Pak Komang dan juga Pak Dwija Swastana. Saya mohon aplausnya dulu untuk kedua presenter tadi. Ya. Saya persilahkan Bapak untuk bisa kembali ke tempat. Baik, untuk sesi karena presentasi sudah selesai yang tadi merupakan yang terakhir, maka untuk sesi selanjutnya adalah sesi penutupan acara. Jadi untuk mempersiapkan hal tersebut, saya mohon izin untuk beristirahat selama kurang lebih 5 menit untuk mempersiapkannya. Terima kasih. September 2021. Yang pertama yaitu wrap up dari Bapak Dr. Diki Sofyan. Kepada Bapak Dr. Diki Sofyan dipersilakan.
Om Swastiastu. Gimana? Capek? Bosen? But this is the whole idea of learning. Yeah? Jadi learning itu adalah sebuah never-ending proses. Jadi dari lahir sampai kita masuk ke liang kubur katanya, kita itu terus belajar. Ya? So every day is a learning process. Every day is a learning experience. Ya? And saya akan mengatakan berkali-kali barangkali ya, ini bahwa you should feel lucky. Yeah, you should feel lucky that the university and the foundation are actually sponsoring this activity with the Parisada and all. Ya, bahwa kegiatan-kegiatan seperti ini tidak ada di universitas lain. Ya, even in my university in Gajah Mada kita punya academic writing program mungkin only once a year. Ya, tapi not for the faculty members, tetapi for the students. Ya, for the students yang memang sudah bayar ke sekolah pasca sarjana untuk diajari, gitu ya. But here Anda sudah dapat gaji, dapat hibah, kemudian dikasih pelatihan lagi. Itu amazing bagi saya. Ya, bagi saya you should feel lucky. Seriously, I'm not joking about this, gitu ya. Karena di universitas lain tidak ada facility seperti ini. Apalagi mengundang para ahli-ahli dari beragam institusi untuk memberikan masukan untuk membaca, mereview artikel-artikel Anda yang mungkin masih crude, masih masih belum rapih gitu ya. Tapi that's a huge investment. Ya, itu investasi yang besar sekali. Dan if only you would realize, and if only you could realize, itu sebenarnya ilmunya itu mahal sekali. Karena nobody is teaching this in any university in any country gitu ya. Nggak ada dosen masuk kemudian dikasih pelatihan academic writing atau dikasih tahu cara publikasi, karena diasumsikan, it is assumed that as a faculty member, as an academician, you know how to write academically, you know how to produce scientific papers. Itu asumsi dasarnya. Itu sebabnya kenapa Anda menjadi dosen, itu sebabnya Anda bercita-cita menjadi akademisi kan, untuk menjadi intelektual, untuk menjadi orang yang memang bisa melihat problem itu yang ada di masyarakat, apapun di bidang yang Anda dalami. Makanya I keep saying this mungkin over and over again during our Bali International Writing School, and bagi saya I've seen a very significant improvement. I've seen, I've known you for a number of years now, karena BIWS itu kita mulai akhir 2018 ya Prof. And so it's almost been 3 years, bahkan it has been 3 years. Saya bolak-balik ke sini dengan Prof Yekti, dengan Ibu Narti, ya, dan mudah-mudahan nanti ke depannya dengan Mbak Ita juga gitu ya. And so this is all within the context of internationalization dari UNHI, within the context of the capacity development of Hindu academicians di Indonesia. Ya. Jadi peningkatan kapasitas akademisi Hindu di Indonesia, kita sudah punya programnya dan kita sudah mintakan pendanaannya dari Pak Parisada, dari BDDM dan lain sebagainya. And so again, you should feel lucky. Anda harusnya bersyukur dan mengambil manfaat sebesar-besarnya ini. Ya, karena ilmu itu memang mahal gitu ya, it's not cheap. Ya, saya sekolah di Amerika itu per tahunnya saja mungkin kira-kira 350 juta itu, 400 juta hanya tuition saja, belum cost of living, belum apartment, belum makan, minum, beli komputer, beli buku-buku, itu baru 1 tahun saja, kali berapa tahun, gitu. So investment yang ada di sini itu mungkin 5 miliar, 7 miliar itu. Dan ini kita semua, saya, Prof. Ketut, kemudian Ibu Yekti itu dengan gamblangnya kita bisa dan mau sharing itu. Gitu. Ya. So again, you should feel lucky. Ya. Dan kalau Anda tidak mengambil kesempatan ini kok rasanya sayang sekali. Gitu. Ya. Kemudian I think these past 2 days we have realized kan apa yang kemarin saya katakan on day 1 bahwa the research problem is the main problem itself kan. Banyak di antara Anda yang masih belum bisa melihat itu gorilanya kan. Masih gaib kan. Anda belum scratch hard enough. Anda cuma melihat oh ada ini. Oh, saya akan describe itu. Oh, saya akan tulis itu. Tapi Anda belum menghadirkan gorilanya. Ya? Dan itu yang akan menjadi problem nanti bagi for the advancement of your research career and your publication career nantinya. Ya? Karena without being able to see the gorilla in your research, it would be almost impossible for you to establish a compelling research paper, a compelling scientific article. Hampir mustahil itu. Makanya saya katakan kalau Anda sudah menemukan problemnya, research problem itu udah 50% of the work. Ya. Jadi research itu bukan hanya di depan komputer Anda dan mengetik, that's not research. Research is that you go out there, look for the data, ya, interview people, observe, kemudian mungkin suatu saat Anda berhenti dulu, Anda minum-minum di warung dan mulai berpikir, merefleksikan, ya. Oh, saya masih kurang ini. Okay, go to the fields again, interview people, observe, catat, ya. Dan mungkin setelah itu, you go to the mountains, you go to some cottage, 2 hari, 3 hari mulai memikirkan lagi, merefleksikan lagi, kontemplasi lagi. And then mudah-mudahan you will get some ilham dan inspiration. That's a process of research. Makanya saya katakan research itu terdiri dari kata apa? Re and search. Search itu artinya apa? Mencari. Jadi so we mencari, dan mencari terus. That's why it's a never-ending process. Gitu. Ya. Jadi bagi seseorang veteran researcher itu dia bangun pagi saja sudah punya problem di kepala dia. Makanya dia kadang-kadang pusing dan perlu Paramex gitu ya, karena banyak sekali permasalahan yang dia tidak bisa putuskan, tidak bisa dia selesaikan unless dia melakukan research, membaca dan menuliskannya. Dan until it gets published, ya, until and unless your research gets published, itu your research does not exist. Ingat itu ya. Jadi lakukan riset. Itu saja. As simple as that. If you don't get your articles published, maka you're not doing research. Research itu adalah sampai Anda mempublikasikan artikel Anda. Di hadapan komunitas ilmiah. That's how you become a scientist. That's how you become an intellectual and a true academician. Tapi without your publication, itu seperti apa ya? Mungkin seorang pelari cepat gitu ya, tapi dia tidak pernah ikut kompetisi gitu. So, Anda hanya bisa klaim-klaim saja bahwa oh, saya lari cepat 100 meter, saya bisa 7 detik gitu ya. Tapi Anda tidak pernah ikut kompetisi, so how can you prove it? Right? So you need to publish. Ya, makanya kalau di Amerika itu prinsipnya publish or perish. Ya, jadi bagi akademis yang tidak bisa publish, dia pasti akan perish karirnya. di dunia akademisi, dia tidak bisa melanjutkan kontraknya. Itu sudah dijamin itu. Nah, saya nggak tahu sistem di Unhi ini seperti apa. Apakah misalnya harus ada sistem, ya? Kalau Anda jadi dosen di Unhi dalam 1 tahun Anda minimal harus ada 2 artikel di jurnal misalnya, ya. Bagi yang lektor kepala, bagi profesor minimal 1 jurnal internasional misalnya setiap tahun 1 saja. Sehingga academic quality dari Unhi ini naik gitu dengan sendirinya. Webometricsnya nanti naik, kemudian akreditasinya naik gitu ya. Karena if not, kalau tidak ada sistem seperti itu, I fear bahwa Unhi itu akan mengalami intellectual stagnation. Ya, karena tidak ada research yang di produce oleh dosen-dosennya dan fakultasnya. Saya pernah memberi training dan berbicara di conference di UKIT. Ini saya sebut saja karena ini ruang tertutup ya, Universitas Kristen di Tomohon. Itu research publication-nya 0. Can you imagine? Bayangkan bagaimana itu akreditasi, bagaimana itu dosen-dosen bisa naik pangkat. Bagaimana itu pemerintah bisa menilai viability of the institution, of the academic institution, kalau research publication-nya 0. Nah, saya kira Unhi tidak at that level. Ya, you can be much better. Dan setelah 2 hari ini saya lihat, terus terang aja, I have a higher hope now. Ya, harapan saya itu sekarang sudah agak sedikit meningkat setelah melihat keberanian Bapak Ibu itu untuk maju presentasi dalam bahasa Inggris, menyiapkan PowerPoint dalam bahasa Inggris dan menulis dalam bahasa Inggris, walaupun masih ada yang dalam bahasa Indonesia, cuman abstraknya aja dalam bahasa Inggris, tapi sudah ada courage, ada intellectual courage. Ya, tetapi courage ini harus terus didorong supaya you can have more courage and more energy and more enthusiasm untuk melakukan research, untuk melakukan publication. Ya. Because the more publication, the more visible you become. The more visible you become, the more appreciation and acknowledgement and recognition Anda akan dapat. Dan makin banyak nanti undangan-undangan kepada Anda untuk ikut conference, untuk ikut workshop, untuk menulis di jurnal gitu ya. To tell you the truth, akhir-akhir ini saya untuk memenuhi permintaan untuk saya nulis di jurnal, di buku saja udah overwhelming. Jadi saya udah nggak perlu lagi menulis kemudian kemana ya saya mau ngirim artikel ini ke jurnal apa ya. Saya udah nggak perlu itu lagi. Karena permintaannya saja sudah terlalu banyak and I can't manage. Ini saya lagi dikejar-kejar sama orang Itali karena dia ingin ada special edition journal tentang pertemuan antara Grand Sheikh Al-Azhar di Mesir dengan Paulus di Vatikan. Yang kejadiannya terjadi Februari 2019. Nah, dia ingin saya menulis tentang bagaimana efek itu ke Indonesia dan ke umat Islam yang ada di Indonesia. Ini saya sudah harusnya menyerahkan abstrak 2 minggu yang lalu, tetapi karena saya sibuk sekali, 3 hari yang lalu dia sudah meng-email saya lagi minta abstraknya karena editornya sudah minta gitu. Jadi untuk memenuhi itu saja udah berat. Kemudian on Monday, I told you the story that I got an email dari profesor senior dari Georgetown University yang meminta saya menulis juga di Scopus Index Journal on Education Sciences yang site score-nya itu 2.1. Ya. Artinya untuk memenuhi itu saja saya sudah overwhelmed dan sulit. Ya. Tetapi itu karena apa? Karena I have a track record of publication. So they know my expertise. They know my areas of interest. Ya, nah sama halnya Anda ketika melakukan research itu you have to bear in mind what do you want others to think of you as. Ya? Jadi Anda ingin orang lain tuh menganggap Anda tuh ahli apa, ahli di bidang apa. You have to be really sure about yourself ketika Anda menulis itu, and make sure that you position yourself intellectually. Itu sehingga Anda tidak kemudian lari kemana-mana gitu. Dari awal saya selalu religion and politics misalnya. Tapi akhir-akhirnya karena diminta ini, diminta itu, akhirnya saya bicara tentang ethics, saya bicara tentang ecology, tentang sustainability, tentang climate change, oke lah gitu. Ya. Karena saya juga again senang belajar. So each time ada undangan untuk menulis something new, ya saya juga kadang-kadang merasa tertantang. And so ultimately ya pada akhirnya kita bisa menguasai mungkin 3, 4, 5 fields ya dan diundang untuk berbicara dan menulis di bidang-bidang itu. So the same kind of thing can happen to you as well. Tapi first things first gitu, you have to get your first publication itu out. Dan kalau bisa di jurnal international. Dan kalau bisa itu sudah you have to position yourself. Yeah? So the research problem is the main problem itself. Secondly, I find Anda ini masih kurang artikulatif. Yeah? So you are facing a problem of articulation. Tapi as mentioned, I don't think that's wholly your fault ya. Tapi memang educational system di Indonesia ini membuat kita ini kurang critical gitu ya. Kita terlalu banyak pakem-pakem, terlalu banyak parameters gitu ya yang membatasi kita untuk berpikir. And therefore we are unable to attune our mind itu to be critical. Ya. Bahkan ketika melihat tulisan atau membaca artikel orang atau mendengar presentation orang, we can't see the holes in their presentation, in their thinking. And I think that's a problem. Karena tanpa Anda turn on your critical mindset, itu Anda tidak akan bisa masuk itu ke dalam perdebatan ilmiah itu. Yeah? So you need to see your work, your research, itu within the larger academic debate, within the larger body of knowledge, within the larger body of literature. Yeah? Tanpa itu Anda sulit sekali untuk bisa mengkomunikasikan the location of your research and the location of your expertise. Itu yang penting. Kemudian penguasaan bahasa, ya, ini juga harus diperkuat. Ya. Makanya kemarin Prof. Ardana sempat menyinggung tentang lab bahasa UNHI, apa yang selama ini dilakukan dan bagaimana lab bahasa itu bisa membantu Anda untuk menyiapkan paper-paper yang memang fit to print. Fit to publish, ya. Jadi saya kira tugas lab bahasa itu bukanlah untuk mengajarkan orang bahasa Inggris, gitu ya. Tetapi dia harus ada services, ada jasa-jasa yang diberikan kepada university, kepada faculty, kepada students untuk bisa again memproduksi karya-karya ilmiah, sehingga academic track recordnya UNHI itu naik nanti dengan makin banyaknya publications yang dihasilkan. Nah, menyangkut masalah articulation, I'm gonna emphasize once more, don't pull your punches. Ya, kalau istilah Mbak Ita itu, kalimat-kalimat Anda itu harus nonjok. Ya. Jadi kalau Anda nonjok, ya, itu Anda tonjok saja. Don't pull your punches. Ya, karena ketika Anda pull your punches itu tidak akan ada efeknya. Ya, and I know ketika Anda membangun kalimat-kalimat yang nonjok tadi, itu it might be controversial. It's fine. Bahkan makin controversial, makin bagus. As long as you have data, as long as you have evidence. Itu yang paling penting in academic writing itu, right? So don't avoid controversies. Ya, bahkan makin kontroversial argumentasi Anda, makin baik. Makin orang ingin mendengarkan, makin orang ingin membaca tulisan Anda. Tapi kalau Anda datar-datar saja, ya, hanya menjelaskan, mendeskripsikan, itu, nobody's going to listen to you. Ya, karena nothing controversial. Ya, so jangan takut untuk berkontroversi. Asal jangan kontroversi hati, katanya. Ya, itu lain lagi. Ya. And then when you're doing research on manuscript, it means that you're dealing with text. Yeah? Tapi when you're dealing with text, you need to remember the other aspects of text. Jadi ada text, ada pre-text, ada context, ada intertextuality. Ya? Jadi ada text, kemudian ada pre-text. Pre-text itu adalah the things that have happened prior to the writing of the text. Itu pretext namanya. Kemudian ada context, the circumstances and the occasion of the text. Kenapa teks itu ditulis? Ya, and then there's intertextuality. Satu teks mempengaruhi teks-teks lain. Nah, saya tidak tahu apakah studi kita tentang manuskrip sudah sampai sejauh itu. Saya kira belum. Tetapi that's the theory of text. Itu teori-teori teks. If you're serious about textual studies. Dan saya kira kalau memang Bali ini kaya dengan manuskrip, lontar-lontar, itu harus dilakukan. Harus ada ahli-ahlinya di bidang itu semua. Jangan sekedar nge-cite saja bahwa di manuskrip ini, manuskrip A ini ada paragraf ini. Manuskrip B menyatakan begini, manuskrip C mengatakan kalau rematik itu obatnya ini. That's not enough. Pretextnya apa? Konteksnya apa? Intertextuality-nya seperti apa? Belum lagi kita kalau masuk kepada readership-nya gitu. Pembaca ini kan punya interpretation lagi terhadap teks. Right? And so there's a whole range of research agenda yang sebenarnya harusnya dibangun ya oleh UNHI kalau kita mau serious about research gitu ya. Bahkan mungkin suatu hari akan ada Center for Balinese Hindu Manuscripts. Saya membayangkan seperti itu. Because mungkin UNHI would be the only university yang harusnya punya kemampuan dan keahlian dan expertise di bidang itu. Only UNHI can do it. Bukan Udayana, bukan Hindu Dharma dan lain sebagainya. Hanya UNHI yang bisa melakukan itu. Dan harusnya merasa terobligasi untuk melakukan itu. Lastly, mungkin criticize all things. Ya, jangan Anda percaya dengan observasi indrawi Anda. Jangan Anda percaya pada intuisi Anda. Jangan percaya pada mata dan otak Anda ini. Ya, dia suka menipu. Ya, terlalu banyak ilusi dalam hidup ini. Terlalu banyak casing. Ya, focus on the substance. Focus on the essence. Jangan hanya scratching the surface. Ya, realitas yang sesungguhnya tidak akan menghadirkan dirinya di hadapan Anda. Trust me. Ingat baik-baik itu. Realitas yang sesungguhnya tidak akan menampilkan, menghadirkan dirinya di hadapan Anda. Kok enak sekali Anda bangun tiba-tiba Anda melihat realitas sesungguhnya. Kalau Anda nabi saya percaya, kalau Anda titisan dewa saya percaya Anda bisa melakukan itu. Tapi we are manusia-manusia biasa kan? Karena itu we cannot see the reality as it is, right? Karena itulah kita melakukan riset. Itu yang membedakan kita, kaum intelektual, akademisi, orang-orang yang menguasai teori, dibandingkan orang-orang di luar sana, yang tidak belajar, yang tidak melakukan research, yang tidak mengenal teori. Right? Jadi kalau tulisan Anda itu hanya superficial, dan apa bedanya nanti dengan brosur-brosur pemerintahan tentang pariwisata, brosur-brosur pemerintahan atau yang ada di museum-museum tentang manuskrip ini, manuskrip itu, right? So there's no difference antara seorang intellectual dengan non-intellectual. Dan kalau begitu UNHI tidak akan pernah menjadi center of excellence. Jadi that's the connection antara semua kegiatan itu dengan the Bali International Writing School. Yeah, and lastly, I promise this is the last one ya. Practice makes perfect gitu ya. Bahwa makin Anda sering melakukan research, makin sering Anda menulis, itu lama-lama jadi habit dan lama-lama itu menjadi instinktif saja. Anda menulis itu gampang saja, mencari problem itu jadi gampang saja. Yang penting adalah tadi yang saya katakan curigation. Anda harus selalu punya sikap curigation. Tanpa Anda punya sikap yang kuat tentang curigation ini, sulit Anda untuk bisa melihat realitas yang sesungguhnya. Demikian, terima kasih Pak Sastra.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Dr. Diki Sofyan atas wrap-up-nya. Selanjutnya adalah closing remarks dari Prof. Dr. Pil Iketut Ardan MA. Pada Pak Prof, saya persilahkan.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Saya mulai dengan hal yang teknis dulu karena jangan sampai kita tidak sesuai dengan output yang kita peroleh kan begitu. Jadi kita harus lihat output kita itu. Pertanyaannya adalah apakah di dalam program ini outputnya itu sudah Anda dapatkan apa belum kan begitu, terutama mengenai komunikasi dengan resource person-nya itu. Karena Anda kan outputnya itu Anda akan menuliskan nama resource personnya di tulisan Anda itu kan. Coba di tayangan sudah muncul ya? Belum muncul ini ya, saya kira sudah muncul. Karena ini bukan tanggung jawab Anda sendiri, ini ada tanggung jawab Anda dengan resource personnya. Apakah komunikasi itu ada? Jadi ada kewajiban untuk menuliskan nama beliau itu. Tapi kalau memang Anda tidak pernah komunikasi, Anda tulis begitu, tidak, ya nggak usah dicantumin, ya begitu kan? Ya nggak? Ya sederhana saja, it's very simple. Tapi kalau Anda komunikasi, Anda diperbaiki, saya dengan Lakus ini itu sudah mungkin berapa kali ya dengan pekerjaan saya yang begitu banyak, dia ngejar-ngejar saya, WA saya, nelpon saya, aduh ini benar-benar nggak sabaran ini kan. Seperti itulah. Jadi Anda bisa bayangkan, saya dikejar-kejar gitu kan, kerjaan saya juga banyak. Anda bisa bayangkan nggak? Saya profesor gitu kan, sekarang dikejar dengan yang begini gitu kan, coba Anda bayangkan nggak itu? Benar yang dibilang Pak Diki itu benar. Saya mungkin pengabdian saya dulu kurang barangkali ya, karena saya sejak tahun 80-an 8 itu saya ke Belanda, ke Australia, ke Jerman, terus di LIPI sekarang namanya BRIN atau apa gitu kan. Kemudian saya pulang di kajian Bali, kemudian di International Office. Dan saya sudah sebelumnya pernah ngajarkan di untuk staf dosen Unhi, tapi tidak di Unhi, saya tidak tahu itu. Di itu namanya di mana, di Indonesia Indah apa itu. Saya pernah mengajar di situ. Jadi saya belum pernah masuk ke Unhi waktu itu. Saya ngajar di sana gitu kan. Jadi saya kenal Gus Yuda, Pak Darmiko, saya kenal semua gitu. Dan 2014 saya kenal Mbak Dia. Benar nggak? Dia ini kan dari OWHC dengan Bu Catrini kan. Jadi saya kenal dia udah lama itu. Saya tidak baru dengan Bu Dia, ini udah lama. Makanya saya sudah jelaskan dengan Pak Diki itu. Tapi anyway, saya sudah jelaskan tentang output kita harus jelas. Apa sih sebetulnya yang kita ingin peroleh kan begitu kan. Nah ini. Itu saya sudah komentari itu si Bu Lakus ini seperti ini. Dan apakah Anda sudah melakukan hal yang sama dengan research person Anda? Itu pertanyaan saya. Apakah tulisan Anda itu dibaca, dikoreksi, ada bukti otentiknya bahwa dikoreksi, ataukah cuma sekedar bla 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 begitu? Kita butuhkan tulisan Anda benar-benar dibaca. Kesalahannya di mana, kurangnya di mana. Biar kita tahu untuk memperbaiki, untuk merevisi kan begitu. Nah, jadi saya karena dikejar aja ini sama Bu Lakustini ini, saya coba buat ini tinjauan ini saya baca terus satu persatu saya lihat ini apa sih maksudnya begini ini. Saya lihat kelemahannya dia di sini. Nah, itu komentar saya dengan Bu Lakustini. Bu, maksudnya Bu begini ya Bu ya. Dalam bahasa Indonesia, Bu ini enggak Bu, harus dalam bahasa Inggris Bu. Dia langsung ke penterjemah kan ke bahasa Inggris kan, buru-buru walaupun itu dengan Google Translate gitu misalnya saya tahu ini kelihatannya nggak nih bahasa Inggrisnya ini kan itu kan ketahuan dari sana kan, sama seperti tadi Pak ini saya lihat nih ini kelihatan Google Translate ini kelihatannya ini gitu kan, but no problem, itulah jadi kita tahu sakitnya gitu kan, di mana sakitnya kita kan, ternyata problem kita di situ gitu kan. Nah sampailah saya sampai ke sampai ke mana ke pusakanya, saya lihat benar nggak dia nulis seperti itu. Saya baca semua ini sampai sumber-sumbernya, sampai perlu foto atau apapun, karena ini saya langsung connect ke India. Dia katakan perbaiki dulu, kita siap menerima. Luar biasa kan, sampai udah mau diterbitkan di India kan begitu, walaupun dia sendiri kemarin presentasinya kelabakan juga kan. Tapi kan bagus kan, kita tahu kan bagaimana Anda mulai. Begitulah saya dulu. Jadi Anda bisa bayangkan nggak saya? Begitulah saya dulu. Saya tidak bisa bahasa Inggris, saya bukan English department, bukan. Saya belajar bahasa Inggris tuh setelah saya jadi sarjana baru saya belajar bahasa Inggris, ya kan? Saya belajar bahasa Inggris, saya belajar bahasa Belanda, saya belajar bahasa Jerman. Jadi Anda tahu sakitnya saya kan? Begitu. Tetapi sekarang saya sebagai ketua yayasan mikir, apakah mungkin dulu kurang pengabdian saya ya sebagai profesor? Kemudian sekarang sebagai ketua yayasan itu saya tidak bisa memikirkan personal responsibility, tapi institusional sebagai ketua yayasan yang memikirkan Anda ini mau gimana. Itu melekat pada diri saya. Ternyata saya harus berbuat gini walaupun sebetulnya bukan my job, it's not my job mengerjakan yang begini kan Pak. Nah oleh karena itulah kita berikan ke rektor. Muncullah Pak Sastra kan begitu kan. Jadi ini adalah tugas rektorat sebetulnya ini kan begitu. Baik. Sekarang kita lanjutkan dengan yang berikutnya ini. Di PowerPoint yang berikutnya ini ada beberapa hal yang ingin saya sampaikan, ya, terutama kaitan dengan apa yang dibilang oleh Pak Diki itu dengan academic community. Komunitas akademik kita itu seperti apa sih gitu kan. Karena apa? Karena kita ini bukan Bali Indonesian Writing School. Kita nih Bali International Writing School. Kok bahasa Indonesia gitu kan? Anda kemarin kan tuh berbahasa Indonesia di sesi pertama kedua tuh. Makanya saya pikir, aduh ini bukan Bali Indonesian Writing School ini. Ini Bali International Writing School. Malu kita itu nanti ya enggak? Makanya langsung saya jumping ke tempat yang lain. Oh kita harus pakai bahasa Inggris. Apapun akibatnya Anda mau kelabakan mau apapun itu ya sudah seperti itu kan gitu kan memang harus begitu kan. Kalau nggak begitu Anda nggak akan maju, nggak tuh bisa ngomonglah secara lisan, how are you, bagaimana memperkenalkan diri. Nah Anda tahu sekarang kan standar minimalnya itu adalah komunikasinya itu communicative language-nya itu paling nggak itu harus tahu. Oke, orang mengatakan kita tidak perlu bahasa Barat, kita ini harus pakai bahasa Bali bersenja. But how you can communicate your research? Bagaimana Anda bisa mengkomunikasikan? Paling nggak bisa sedikit saya ngomongin ini gitu loh. Itulah sebabnya saya mengapa dulu waktu BIWS yang tahun berapa itu saya ajak dosen-dosen senior Anda, profesor itu untuk ke Istanbul presentasi. Coba seandainya tidak ada COVID, saya bawa Anda ini juga ke luar negeri ya nggak? Itu maksud saya itu begitu, makanya saya ajak ke Istanbul presentasi. Oh Pak Wahyudi juga presentasi di Istanbul, gagah nggak? Di Istanbul University itu nggak main-main itu dia presentasi kan? Seperti itu, kita ingin mengangkat itu. Nah, sekarang kita ingin melihat bahwa memang yang benar yang dikatakan Pak Diki tadi itu, gelar itu tidak penting. Profesor, doktor, apa, itu nggak penting. Tetapi statementnya. Ingat itu, statementnya yang penting. Bukan gelarnya yang penting. Apa dia mau profesor, apa mau dia bendesa adat, who cares. Tak ada urusan dia jadi bendesa adat. Justru Anda ngomong dari bendesa adat, ditanyakan lagi kepada yang lain, benar nggak ini bilang bendesa adat? Jangan-jangan salah. Itu yang penting. Jadi harus yang dibilang Pak Desi itu, yang kontroversi itu harus diangkat. Oleh karena itu kita sampai pada sebuah, apakah tokoh itu harus orang-orang yang berguna, memberikan kontribusi? Enggak. Si Jering ini gimana? Apakah dia bukan tokoh juga? Ya enggak? Apa yang Anda bayangkan tentang Jering ini? Kan begitu kan? Sama seperti kalau kita belajar tentang tokoh-tokoh besar itu, Natsir berbicara tentang Aidit, Soekarno, bla bla bla. Bagaimana dengan Tan Malaka? Bagaimana dengan Aidit? Bagaimana dengan Musso? Apakah dia bukan tokoh? Ini yang harus dalam pikiran kita tuh harus ada. Ketika Anda berbicara tentang Mangku Pastike, Anda harus berbicara tentang Imam Samudra juga. Ya kan? Makanya kenapa BIWS ini interfaith, ngajak teman-teman dari yang agamanya bukan Hindu. Biar persepsi Anda tambah luas. Oh, dari Kristen, dari ini kita ajak. Itu yang dilakukan oleh Pak Diki, kan begitu kan. Mengundang teman-teman. Jangan seperti kata di bawah tempurung gitu ya enggak. Kita tahu apa sih. Jadi Anda mulai belajar tentang agama kita perdalam, yang lain juga kita pahami. Yang lain itu dipahami untuk memperkuat identitas kita, kan begitu kan. Itu yang penting sebenarnya. Jadi jangan tidak seperti itu. Oleh karena itu, ada beberapa hal mungkin yang nanti tidak harus sekarang ya. Yang ke depan, mungkin ini masih ada ibu-ibu yang di sini, ada Bu Narti, Bu Yekti, karena beliau-beliau ini adalah reviewer. Terus terang aja ada board of expert, ada jurnal reviewer, overview, dan sebagainya. Seperti Bu Narti ini jurnal kependudukan, Bu Yekti saya katakan tadi itu tentang jurnal Suwarna Bumi, Pak Diki tentang jurnal apalagi di Amerika, begitu banyaknya pengalaman beliau-beliau itu, sehingga sebetulnya Anda itu benar yang dikatakan Pak Diki, laki ya Pak ya, laki, terlalu beruntung sekali gitu loh, karena di universitas lain nggak ada, di Udayana aja nggak ada. Itu sebabnya saya mengajak mereka tuh ke sini kan, orang-orang Udayana itu, karena di sana tidak ada. Daripada saya stres membaca disertasinya 600 halaman, bawa ke sini dulu, diobati. Kan di sini diobati ya Bu ya, dia Ayurveda Bu ya. Dia diajarkan dia di sini, makanya dia tuh kalang kabut gitu kan. Walaupun dia mau dokter besok pun, kalau you tidak pernah BIWS, ganti promotornya, jangan ikut saya. Itu tegas saya katakan sama mahasiswa saya yang program doktor itu. Kalau Anda belum ikuti BIWS, ini persoalan bisnis model. Yang istilahnya Pak Dik itu bisnis model. Model kita untuk mengembangkan ini adalah mengikut sertakan mereka ini. Daripada saya baca 600 halaman satu orang, kali 5, 6, 7, berapa halaman harus saya baca. belum tentu baik juga pekerjaannya dia. Bawa ke sini dulu, diobati dulu di sini, di BIWS. Kan begitu. Makanya jadi Anda akan menjawab pertanyaan mengapa orang-orang S2, S3 kajian budaya itu ikut ke sini. Tetapi dia ingin ternyata, oh bagus ya BIWS dia. Dia mau ikut hari yang kedua dan ketiga. No way. Without paying, you cannot not allowed to participate, to take part in this program. Saya tidak izinkan, saya katakan Pak Sastra. Pak ada yang mau ikut? Enggak boleh, orang dia enggak bayar, hanya bayar hari pertama kan. Begitu, jadi bisnis model kita seperti itu untuk mengembangkan ini. Tapi DN-nya apa? Tujuan goal-nya itu apa? Anda lihat. Pak Diki ngasih rekomendasi. Fulbright. Beliau ini adalah salah satu tim seleksi untuk program Fulbright. Pak Diki Sofyan. Yang ada sekarang ada di Wisconsin. Friska. Ibu Yekti, tim seleksi untuk Australian Scholarship. Untuk kalau Anda mau kuliah ke Australia, yang nyeleksi ini Bu Yekti. Jadi ini adalah, semuanya adalah orang seleksi-seleksi untuk orang yang ke luar negeri. Kalau Pak Diki ke Amerika, kalau Bu Yekti ini ke Australia, begitu banyak orang-orang yang kita, kalau dia tidak berbobot, saya tidak akan pakai. Saya pakai ada orang yang punya capability untuk mengembangkan. Jangan begitu kan. Tapi kalau saya dimintain bantuan sama Pak Diki juga tidak bisa menolak, begitu ya Pak Diki ya. Saya harus katakan yes, tidak ada kata nanti Pak ya. Tidak ada. Untuk seorang ilmuwan itu pantang dan tabu untuk mengatakan tidak. Kalau disuruh, kalau dimintain bantuan. Tetapi kalau dalam bidang akademik, ya harus katakan ya, tidak katakan tidak. Beda, dua hal yang berbeda. Ya kan? Ya, oleh karena itu ke depan kita lihat bahwa apalagi sekarang sudah ada yang di Fulbright, ada yang ke India, mungkin sekarang sudah Pak Komang itu ada LPDP, beragamlah kita kan begitu kan. Apa itu penting nggak kita meng-quote itu penting. Contoh, kalau Anda memasukkan artikel ke jurnal kajian Bali, you have to refer to at least 2 reference published by the jurnal kajian Bali. Harus mengacu, merujuk kepada, kalau Anda terbit di jurnal kajian Bali, paling sedikit itu 2 tulisan di artikel di situ harus dirujuk. The same way you can do with our journal in IGIS. Sama seperti itu. Kalau Anda menulis tentang ini, apa yang Anda kerjakan sekarang, Anda harus merujuk teman Anda itu, dia nulis apa. Itu politik, strategi untuk mengembangkan. Makanya kalau Anda menulis artikel di jurnal kajian Bali, kalau tidak ada tulisan terbitan yang di jurnal kajian Bali yang Anda rujuk, ditolak. Berusaha untuk nyari kan. Sama seperti IGIS. IGIS ini adalah milik Anda, bukan milik saya, bukan milik Pak Diki, bukan milik Pak Sastra. Anda harus merujuk kepada tulisan karya-karya kita di IGIS untuk eksis. Jangan, pokoknya Anda itu harus bekerja sama pokoknya. Bila perlu Anda kasih orang lain, Anda rujuk tulisan teman Anda, sehingga meningkatkan bersama-sama. Jangan diri sendiri, atau pura-pura tidak tahu kan. Ini seolah-olah ini adalah baru temuan saya. Nah, itu yang dikatakan oleh Pak Diki, makanya perlu flashback ke persoalan-persoalan referensi di masa lalu seperti apa. Kita tidak mau. Justru kalau Anda tidak terus terang merujuk kepada referensi itu, berarti Anda belum baca. Pemahaman Anda tidak sampai ke situ, kelihatan dia. Tetapi kalau Anda fair, honest, be honest, tahu tentang itu, Anda sebutkan, seperti dikatakan Pak Diki tadi itu, ada tulisan A, mengapa Anda nunjuk tulisan A? Bukan mengatakan bahwa si Pak Winya saying notes, describe what for. Untuk apa Anda katakan itu? Anda mengatakan itu jika itu benar, jika si A mengatakan ini seperti ini, tetapi pendapatannya itu ditolak oleh si B. Ya kan? Atau Anda mengatakan Anda mengutip direct quotation, Anda untuk mempertegas bahwa pernyataannya itu benar, tetapi itu tidak selalu itu untuk mempertegas bahwa itu benar, tetapi mengutip itu juga mungkin dia mengatakan yang salah. Ya kan? Jadi direct quotation itu tidak berarti membenarkan bahwa dia benar-benar mengatakan ini mewawancari, bukan. Kalau dia salah, kutip juga pendapatnya dia itu kalau itu salah. Nah, disitulah critical thinking yang ingin dilihat, yang dikatakan Pak Diki. Oh, ternyata dia ini ada academic debate perdebatan akademik menarik sekali ini. Nah, itu yang dibilang Pak Diki kan, harus bahasa dari Bu Ita itu adalah nonjok gitu kan. Betul-betul Anda terpukul, kena itu, nyentuh di hati. Saya tidak bisa. Oke? Ya saya kira tidak perlu lah, karena saya lihat Anda sudah tambah lemes apa tambah semakin kuat, bingung nih. Ini bisa tambah kuat atau tambah lebih lemas melihat nih, tapi ini begitulah yang ingin kita suasana akademik atmosfer yang kita ciptakan sehingga UNHI itu benar-benar jangan cuma ngomong aja UNHI harus menjadi sumber rujukan, tapi tidak ada kegiatan akademiknya apa yang dirujuk kan gitu kan. Tapi ini kan kita benar-benar melakukan ini. Itulah saya mau katakan, saya mempunyai tanggung jawab kelembagaan. Bukan kalau saya profesor, untuk apa saya mengerjakannya kayak gini? Untuk apa? Saya sudah 4E, saya sudah penuh. 4E, guru besar sudah penuh, saya untuk apa gitu kan? Tetapi ada tanggung jawab sebagai ketua yayasan itu melekat saya. Saya harus berbuat ini kan gitu kan. Makanya program-program seperti ini, kalau Anda lihat, selalu arahnya itu ada kinerja output. Dan saya katakan kepada rektor, harus sekarang income Anda itu berbasis pada kinerja. Tidak lagi cukup sekian SKS. Kinerjanya apa? Kalau Anda berbuat banyak, Pak Sastra nulis lebih, misalnya Pak Komang nulis lebih di jurnal, itu dihargai. Itulah berbasis kinerja yang kita sebut dengan beban kredit dosen BKD. Nah inilah yang saya desak untuk rektor yang baru, siapapun yang terpilih, untuk menggolkan berbasis kinerja. Karena untuk apa saya nulis ini? Kan begitu kan? Jadi Anda benar-benar bertambah lagi Pak Diki, lakinya Pak Diki. Karena apa? Karena begitu dia nulis, sudah untung, dilatih, ini, kemudian dia terbit, dibayar oleh universitas lagi, oleh Pak Sastra. Dibayar lagi, kalau Anda nulis Scopus apa, dibayar lagi kan? Itu enaknya ya enggak? Tetapi, makanya ini jangan dilihat sebagai sesuatu yang susah, sedih, saya jadi korban, gitu. Jangan ya enggak? Ya, tapi seneng lah, pokoknya kita tuh tidak ada malu. Seorang ilmuwan itu tidak ada rasa malu. Saya katakan tadi, saya itu belajar bahasa Inggris, bahasa Jerman, bahasa Belanda. Gimana malunya saya itu kayak orang gila kan gitu kan? Tapi lama-lama kita kan paham kan? Nah, itulah keuntungan yang dikatakan oleh Pak Diki itu, mungkin Pak Diki itu udah berapa miliar yang ada di otaknya karena pengalaman begitu kan. Jadi Anda saya kira sangat beruntung dengan adanya teman-teman Pak Diki, ada Bu Yekti, ada Ibu Narti. Do you want to say something, Bu? Prof. Yekti dan Ibu Narti, do you want to say something or no? It's okay?
It's okay, Pak Ketut. Udah
perlu.
Ya, okay. Ya, saya kira karena sudah tidak ada cerita yang happy ending. Kalau saya kata happy ending, Anda senang kan? Wah, dapat sertifikat gitu kan? Tidak ada. Ini pekerjaan belum selesai. Kenapa saya katakan itu? Hidup itu mulai dari umur berapa? Mungkin 60 tahun Pak Ridki ya. Joe Biden itu umurnya 78. Jadi Anda jangan dalam bekerja di dunia akademik mengatakan umur saya udah sekian, nggak perlu lagi baca, udah capek di komputer. Oh ini penyakit males nih ya. Ya nggak? Jangan mengatakan seperti itu, tapi atur how you can organize your life. Time management. Oh, kerjaan banyak, bacain pengabdian masyarakat Pak Sastra. Tetapi kalau Anda eksis melampaui itu semua, you are very good. Anda sukses. Kalau Anda bisa mengatasi semua tantangan-tantangan itu, Anda bisa menciptakan, Anda berarti hidup Anda itu buat orang lain. Inilah sebenarnya arti hidup. Sedikit filsafat ya Pak ya, karena udah sore ngantuk nanti. Saya kira saya tidak perpanjang, akhirnya dengan mengucapkan pengenjali umat dan Om Santi Om, akhirnya juga acara ini kita tutup dengan baik dan bisa berharap apa yang kita harapkan dari indikator output itu sudah bisa dikonsultasikan lagi kepada research person-nya, but if not, you don't need to put their name there. It's or her name there. It's your own work. But kalau Pak Diki sudah mati-matian, dia Anda tidak cantumkan, tidak boleh. Ini namanya honesty, kejujuran akademik itu, akademik honesty. Harus Anda cantumkan. Kenapa? Saya mencontoh. Seorang profesor itu disebutnya bukan karena, saya datang ke Bali penelitian yang dibantu oleh Profesor si A. Saya tidak butuh bahwa Anda dibantu penelitian ke sana, tetapi karena pendapatnya dikutip. Nilainya beda. Misalnya pendapat Anda dikutip dengan, oh saya datang ke Bali diantar oleh Prof. Ardana. We don't need that one. Tetapi pendapat Anda dikutip Anda. Kemudian Anda dibantu dalam penyusunan saran-saran komentar, Anda wajib cantumkan nama dia itu. Sekecil apapun Anda harus katakan. Paper ini selesai dengan baik lakukan karena saya banyak mendapat komentar bantuan dari Pak Diki Sofyan dari UGM. That's openness. It's very good. Ya kan? Oh, ternyata dengan Pak Diki Sofyan dari UGM. Nama naik juga ikut nempel di namanya Pak Diki, naik nama Anda ya enggak? Karena Anda sebutkan Prof. Yeti, Bu Nati, nama orang besar Anda sebutkan, naik nama Anda. Oh, orang ini benar-benar jujur. Kejujuran itu yang sangat penting. Ya kan? Makanya Anda jangan terjebak untuk tidak jujur. Saya kira nanti berpanjang lebar lagi Pak Diki, waktu udah habis juga. Akhirnya demikian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Om.
Acara selanjutnya adalah penyerahan sertifikat. Yang pertama dari Ketua LPPM Universitas Indonesia kepada Bapak Profesor Dr. Pil Ketut Ardana MA. Saya persilahkan.
Oh ya.
Yang kedua dari Ketua LPPM Universitas Indonesia kepada Bapak Dr. Diki Sofyan. Saya persilahkan. Selanjutnya adalah penyerahan sertifikat dari Bapak Dr. Diki Sofyan kepada perwakilan peserta. Kepada perwakilan peserta saya persilahkan. Dan kami informasikan juga kepada seluruh peserta yang mengikuti acara secara online, nanti untuk sertifikat akan dikirimkan ke email masing-masing peserta. Dengan berakhirnya acara penyerahan sertifikat, maka berakhir pula acara Bali Waiting International School tahun 2021. Kami yang bertugas pada kesempatan hari ini mohon maaf yang sebesar-besarnya apabila dalam mengawal acara banyak kesalahan yang disengaja maupun tidak disengaja. Sebagai penutup acara pada kesempatan hari ini, izinkan mengucapkan para mesanti. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.